Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Odyssey of the Dragonlords. In the last session, the party has had quite an eventful day. Since the early morning, they've been going from one side of the city to the other, dealing with various happenings. Most recently, they have currently wrapped up their little investigation on the whole wine deliveries going missing. And the investigation that was originally prompted by some priest of the Coloth area, they found out it was a satyr named Boreas, the Winter Wind, that seemed to have been the one behind it. Uh, Boreas seemed to have a couple more plans that went beyond just stealing wine. When the party realized that he was a little bit too sketchy, they decided to preemptively strike, which angered him a little bit and caused him to lash out in a fit of rage alongside his other satyr companions and a water elemental that was at his command. The party managed to subdue Boreas by means of charming him via use of the short bow of cupidity that they acquired earlier from Demetria. Uh, in this charmed state, they managed to convince Boreas to stand down and, go to sit at the corner and think about what he'd done. They told him he was a very bad boy and that he deserves to be slapped in the wrist by the Circle of Druids from the Old Woods, which seemed to be as far as the party could remember, a collective of individuals that watch over, the Old Woods, where most Fey inhabitants in the heartlands of Dailia live at. So he told Boreas to just wait here while Hercus, a druid of the circle, came by to quote unquote pick him up, so to speak. And the party just kind of decided to call that a day. Just walked off, and hopefully Boreas, learns his lesson. After that, they went to speak to Teyran Nurdigan, the what at first they believed the latest in the line of the descendants for Adonis Nurdigan, one of the original Dragonlords of old. Teyran, however, revealed that he wasn't actually the latest in the line. For his son, Sula Nurdigan, is actually the latest in of the successors, so to speak. He asked the party for two things. Well, technically, the party asked for him a couple of things, but he asked in return two things. One, the party was to convince Sula to forget about pining after uh, Valus, the goddess of wisdom and current queen of Mitros, as it appears that Valus has been the target of Sula's affections for an indeterminate amount of time. The second thing they are nearly going to ask them to do was, well, to help him in his campaign against the Lady of Coins, a crime lord that has been plaguing, quote unquote, Mitros for quite a while. He told them that if they were to start looking everywhere, they should ask about something called the Cult of the Snake, whatever that may be, in the wherever they believe they could gather that type of information. With that, Taron bid them farewell, and as the party was leaving, they realized that his private militia, so to speak, is actually guards belonging to the Order of Sight. Unless now a little bit less enthusiastic of siding with Taron Nordigon, the party continues on their way. And with that, we continue. So, you guys had just left the Nerdigon estate, kind of walking out of the outside perimeter of the very, very large property of this wealthy individual. Uh, you guys managed to, it is currently around almost 5 p.m. Uh, it is a little bit later into the afternoon. Sun's beginning to set. Many people who work at their quote unquote 9 to 5s are already beginning to close up shop. Uh, but there's still a bit of movement, even at this time of day, in the streets of Mitros. That tends to be most throughout the entire day. What do you guys do?
Should we check out the tavern or bar or whatever, I forgot the name, of the place before we take our long rest, or should we wait till the morning?
Do we think that there are leads to lose if we don't go immediately?
No, not really. There's just some people that were there last time that we didn't talk to that I'm guessing might be there.
We could also maybe try to go have dinner with Sula Nerdagon.
Oh, yeah, true.
Actually, we
Um,
could.
He over there up here pestering my auntie anyways.
God.
At the church worshiping her.
It's likely.
What's the plan again?
Trying to convince Sula not to go for my auntie.
Let me talk to him, guys. Let me talk to him.
Every time you talk, something bad happens.
I'm the ladies' man here. I'm the ladies'
You've only
man
been with
here.
one lady.
I was multiple ladies. What do you mean? It's just she kept me in a water bubble for 500 years.
One moment.
That's all.
I turn over and act like I'm sending a message too.
Glorious.
Did you know Derek's been with multiple women?
Of course.
Yeah, I did.
I told you, Adonis competed. Even though he kept beating me, we still competed.
Glorious, who was waiting outside of the Nerdigan residence because it felt too big of a meeting for him to be there. Who was just waiting outside for you guys. He speaks up and says, "Wait, I do not understand. Why would it be a bad thing for this Sula person to properly court Lady Valus?"
Well, he's 20.
Aren't gods ageless?
They are, right?
Yeah, gods are ageless. He is not ageless.
I suppose that makes sense. I guess where I was going with that is, if Queen Valus is as wise and powerful as they say, wouldn't, she would be able to find a way to share that bit of a life, I suppose, with him?
Also, his dad made it sound like the only reason why Sula is chasing my auntie is because she has everlasting youth, which is actually not.
It could perhaps be more than that. We won't know exactly until we meet this.
Exactly. That's why we need to meet him. We need to know more. Like, why exactly does he want my auntie? If it's just because she'll never be an ugly old lady, then that's wrong, and I don't ship it.
That would be very shallow.
I'm afraid.
Very shallow.
Afraid I've never heard of that expression that you just use, Miss But all right. In that case, I will leave it to all of you to decide where do we go from here.
I have a question.
Yeah.
DM, does Matt know anything about why Valus is married to King Acastus?
Well,
like, is it a political kind of marriage?
I'll say there's no real role involved here. As far as the official story goes, is that after the previous Archelander, from Acastus bit the dust, so to speak. He was more or less unanimously, named king and as king of the city that is the crown jewel of all of Thylea. Who else would have been a better political partner as well as a symbol to the people than one of the 5 gods. Obviously, Kyra is was out of the question. So Valus was the most acceptable partner, I guess, for King Acastus. Almost everybody in the city unanimously knows that whatever love may have been between them, if any, is long lost at this point. But, well, we have to keep up appearances for all the other nations. So while at first it may have not been a political marriage, it very quickly devolved into one such very early into the marriage.
Okay. And I would explain that to our friend Lorius. And after finishing that explanation, I would probably follow it up with a question and ask Lorius, so do these types of political couplings not happen in your world? In your Fey realm?
Oh, well, I've never. The only Fey realm, if you want to call it like that I've ever been to is the Old Woods, which, as far as I'm aware, is still within the material plane. Well,
I sort of meant realm like in your political sphere.
I
There, you've mentioned there's like this circle of druids and whatnot. Does that not involve
I
some kind of political machination?
I suppose most Fae see love and coupling as a less structured, you know, deal, I suppose, from how a regular mortal society sees it. I suppose you could say that most Fae delve in some form of a free union of sorts. Uh, in fact, polygamy isn't entirely it's not really frowned upon for Fae. Um, however, well, if you were to ask me, I would prefer a more a more intimate relationship of sorts. Oh, sorry, I went ahead and overshared a little bit there. For
There's sort of like an awkward like neck rub from Metius. I understand. I guess I just asked because it sort of seems obvious as to why the king and queen of Mitros would be coupled in such a way, and I was curious if that kind of coupling was absent from your people, but seems like it is.
well, there may be some that do it for similar reasons, but I never personally met one. It is not the type of story that interests me to put on my poems.
Oh, I understand.
I believe love should be what draws people together, not a front for some gain, I suppose.
I would likely agree with you. So shall we be off?
Yes.
The DMS were too.
Aren't we gonna talk to what's his face?
So you are going.
Or
Solo?
no?
So you are going to go find Sula.
Yes.
We probably should.
Unless anyone has any objectives and objections.
I
No,
mean, we do got some time.
yeah, and maybe Sola knows anything at all about his father's works. We could ask there too about
True,
tracking
because
down the Lady of Coin.
I am a little worried, knowing how many people of power in the city do follow, Church of Sidon or Church of Lutheria. So it's always nice to get multiple different views as well.
Very true.
Maybe he is upset at his dad, or maybe he can confirm his dad's a good person.
I suppose the only way to find out would be to ask directly. So we know where we're going, right? Like,
You were told by Tayran that he
That he's at the Church of Royalty.
yeah.
that some more you guys already knew ahead of time that Valos mostly hangs out in the Temple of the Five,
Yes.
rather than in the palace because you know she'll be damned if she has to deal with a Castus more than necessary.
Yep.
But so yeah, you guys already know that she hangs out at the church more than not. So, and according to Tayran, Sula does go to the church, the Temple of Five, to attempt his daily courting rituals, so to speak. Uh, so you guys will be heading off to the Temple of the Five. Uh, at this point, at this time of the day, like I said, most people are more or less closing shop on whatever it is that they may have. Whatever businesses they may have. The Great Agora, though, still pretty active as you pass it by. On your way out of the mercantile/noble district of the city of Mitros. You would be reaching the temple, not too, it doesn't take you too much time. Again, there's not a lot of traffic, of course, slowly fading away from the streets. You will be walking up to the Temple of the Five, and very clearly you'll begin to hearing some voices in the distance. At first, you believe them to be, well, the acolytes or other attendants to the temple. But the voice, that turns out to be a singular voice that grows louder and louder and louder as you go closer to the temple. As I move you back to the Temple of the Five map, uh, you will see that as you guys are coming in from the lower part of the map, there appears to be a young man currently on one knee, so to speak, in front of Valos, a couple of feet in front of her, who appears to be the source of the voice. This young man is currently appears to be exalting the virtues of Queen Valos, saying how in all of his life, short as it may be yet, he has never seen a more beautiful, more wise, more smarter woman such as Valos. You can tell from Valos' expression that this is a song and dance that she's forced to listen to. Her face could not be more disinterested, as it is right now. And Kairais, just around 10, 15 feet away from this whole scene, just albeit silently, yucking it up. She's very clearly like laughing to herself or writing stuff down in a piece of parchment. Almost as if this is like the best material she's gotten so far for whatever story she seems to be writing. The young man himself appears to, well, be of a very slender build, seemingly human. Appears to be having this sort of like darker hair, with a more sort of like tanned skin color, almost brownish. Not too dissimilar to Terran Nurdigans. As I put him up on screen for y'all to see him. Did he appear on everyone's screens? Oh, there we go. So the young man seems to just be finishing off that little speech that he's giving, and follows that up by saying, "Now, my queen, my most beautiful queen, would you not consider this humble servant of yours to be more than just that?" And Valos kind of like has this almost groaning expression on her face as she looks at you guys come in. Towards the front of the temple. You guys can. Oh, I see Porunga, but the rest of you guys can place yourself down as well.
Where's my thing?
Uh,
Bring it down. Oops, there we go.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. My bad. I apologize. I've probably missed everything right now.
No, we just went to the temple. That's about it.
All right. So can I talk to him now?
I was gonna say, like, as you guys appear here, Valos kind of does this sort of like subtle expression with one of her hands, almost as if trying to say, please save me, like get me out of here. Someone do something. Uh, do you guys do anything or?
I run up and give her a big hug and yell, Auntie, I have so much news to inform you of, and then like start leading her away.
You kind of, Xander, you kind of pop up and approach approach Valos, kind of just begin to lead her away. Sula is kind of left a little bit high and dry by by that sort of change of events, so to speak. You will see as his expression doesn't actually quite change. He isn't like dismayed by this. It seems like he's confident enough that she'll get back to an answer to him. Uh, Valus looks over at you, Exandri, and says, "It's a good thing you swing by. I was just about to head back to the palace for the night, or at least for the evening, when this young man approached me and, well, as you can see, this is happening."
Does this happen often with him?
Oh, yes. Couple of times a week at least. It seems like he's
Why is he?
quite persistent.
Yeah, well, I guess that's Sula Nerdagon.
Oh,
We're actually here to talk to him, but you look like you're very much in discomfort, so I just wanted to make sure
it's
I could get you out of this situation.
less discomfort, more amusement that is slowly delving into annoyance.
Um, well, I do hope you have a lovely night, and is there anything that we could do for you other than possibly talking to Sula and persuading him out of proceeding forward with you?
You know, there is something you can do actually. As this conversation is happening, Derek.
As I grab another quest.
Oh God, don't say that again. Please don't say that again.
Derek, you said
No
you
more
was,
quests.
Derek, you said you was gonna be approaching Sula.
Yes, I will.
So go ahead.
All right. As I walk in, of course, into the building, I'll approach Sula saying, "Are you Sula Nerder Dragon?"
N- Nerdigon. Yes, that is me.
Nerdigon.
I take it you've heard of, well, you've obviously heard of our family's name. And I've heard of you, I believe. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, you are the ones that have performed those great deeds to assist the city in such a short span. I
Yes. It is. Yes.
I must say,
Yep. It is us.
I didn't expect someone of your caliber to, well, be one addressing me. As he kind of says this, he does like a passing glance at at everybody here in the room. I forgot to say, when you guys did walk in and started like approaching Valis or Ursula, Kyra did give everybody like a quick wave, uh, as if saying hi. Uh, so he kind of, like I said, Sula says that while he gives everybody a passing glance.
Yeah, it's of course. But I'm here on behalf of somebody else to talk to you.
Please tell me it's not my father. I keep telling him he does not understand. When a man sets his heart on something, man has to follow that his heart.
No, yeah, understandable. But it is not behalf of your father. It is behalf of your great ancestor Adonis.
Kind of raise an eyebrow.
You don't know. I'm sure you don't remember exactly who I am, but I'm Derek Lenius of the First Order of the Dragonlords.
Like I
Of
said,
course,
like I said, yes, I have heard of your exploits before. I know who you are. I know who the rest of your friends are. Kind of looks around at everybody. And of course, I know who Adonis Nurdigon is, or was, rather. Uh, he, of course, started the lineage that my father so proudly carried on. And
uh,
as you can tell, uh, seeing as you often as you speak grandly of Adonis Nurdigon, then you must also see that both my father and I inherited, well, a key aspect of his legacy, that being, of course, our beauty. I know,
course,
a bit of a brag, a bit of a brag, I believe, but well, you must at least give me that much.
of course, I know that you have your great ancestor's charm, of course. So me and him would always fight every other night to take home as much woman every night.
Mhm.
Of course, he would always beat me, a couple times. Every 5 women he has, I take 3 home. We're very much charmers back in the days.
Looks at you, not really squinting, but kind of like I was trying to figure out what did you just run by him. You don't look well. You look like you're barely in your 30s, and you claim to be have wandered with Adonis Nerdigon. You must tell me how you maintain yourself so young. My dad would
Uh,
definitely want to know the secrets.
it's called a woman who captures you for 500 years in a water bubble.
I must admit, I've
Uh,
never heard of such methods to maintain maintain oneself. I believe I
uh,
will pass on that.
yeah. Don't deal yourself with Sidon's daughter. Okay, it's a long story. We're not. I'm not. I mean, we're together. Except maybe sometimes she might have you on a rope or not. Uh, it's not pretty. I would say that kid's not pretty, but I like it though. Now to actually talk to you about what I wanted to talk to you about. In order for Adonis to pass on, or rest in peace, or go on to the afterlife, he wanted us to help his descendant find a wife, or of course pass his lineage. Since when we got here, we thought, of course, your father was supposed to supposed to talk to him. He already had a kid, of course, which is you. But he told us that you're having a little issue trying to find a spouse or to continue his lineage, or yours, of course. I'm here to lend my assistance in any ways possible.
He kind of nods along and says, "Well, then, actually, I know of just the way that you can assist me." And as he says this, uh,
All ears.
Valus, like Xandri, Valus, the last thing she said before he got away was, "Hey, there's a way you can help me out." And she, almost like in unison, Valus and Sula say, "Hey, yeah, you can assist me." Valus looks over at the rest of you guys, who are standing in front of the temple nearby Sula, and says, "Young Sula." He kind of turns around with like this, beaming expression in his face. Val says, the arrival of these heroes could not be timed better. Do you do you remember the assignment that I told you about? I posed for you a challenge. Seeing as you make it your objective to extol my beauty and wisdom, I trust you
God.
have not forgotten the terms of this agreement. Sula then looks at you guys and says, yes, of course. I will never forget any word that you speak of, my queen. And
Oh my God.
he kind of looks over at the rest of you guys. And at this point, I'm going to ask very important things. What is everyone's wisdom and charisma scores?
Very high.
Like 18 and 20.
Let me check real quick. Hold up. Let me check.
Wisdom is.
You guys can type it out in the chat.
The
Mine's a
score
0.
or the
The score, not the modifier.
okay.
Wisdom and what else? You said charisma.
Oh, wisdom and charisma.
Yes, correct.
Oh shit! But my wisdom's 18. I read the wrong one.
Wisdom 17 rising.
Wisdom,
You're rising.
16 wisdom, 18 wisdom, 20 a 9. So,
Just like real
Horse.
life.
Freaking feel that.
Feels bad.
Wait, you're really a negative 14 in wisdom? Oh no, wait, you're a 14. Okay.
oh,
He's a negative 1 in charisma. That's hilarious.
I was like, damn, Matt.
all right. So,
What did you stat yourself as?
Valis, as she's been saying this, she kind of walks more or less back into her original position where she was standing before you drag her away, Xandri. Sula then looks at, yeah, I guess this will be you. We'll look at you, Xandri, and Derek, and address both of you. He looks over and says, Mister, Miss, would you mind both standing here? I kind of gesturing at these two places next to him.
Who, me? I go in there?
Yeah, since we Derek and Xandri. Yes, perfect. Lady Valos, during one of our many encounters, you once asked me that if I could bring you someone that matches your beauty and your wisdom, then you will consider listening to my words, if only for a moment longer.
You did not bring me here.
Fate has a hand in all of our lives. And it was through fate that all of your arrivals have been, well, have brought you here to the temple this night. It is no coincidence that it happened to be upon one of the nights where I attempted to once again gaze upon the eternal wisdom and beauty of Queen Valis. And so, Queen Valis, who else, I ask you, who else better than to match those standards that you have set out for me than none other than the heroes who saved our city? Kinda gestures at, more specifically, gestures at Alexandria and Derek.
Welcome.
For you see, the man Derek Linius standing next to me. In his own words, he was the rival to my ancestor Adonis Nerdigon. A rival in what is he?
Womanizing, charm. He might be a little more better, but still overall.
Rival in sharing his in sharing his looks, if anything, with the rest of the world. And The lady who stands next to you, my queen, Exandri. The stories often tell of how she's always the voice of reason amongst the great heroes of legend. How she has brought entire bandit camps to their knees by just guiding them to the path of righteousness. And, for the next, I guess, minute or more than a minute, unless somebody stops him, he will continue to exaggerate your deeds that relate to this particular attributes that I just asked you all for in the chat.
Okay, this is where I grab him saying, "Hey, wait, hold up, man. This is not how you do it, man. If you want to do it right, I have a great idea. Okay, to me, I pull him to the side to make a quick little chat before he starts splatting everything out again.
Kind of
Okay,
looks at you a little bit like he was just in the middle of something here, and he's kind of like drag or stop him rather, and he says, "Whatever may be the issue, my friend."
there's no issue. I just feel like we could do something so much better than just this. Okay, I have a, s- I have a suggestion for you. Okay, if we do what I'm planning to do, hopefully it would work. But like I said, we're gonna be going all out for this one thing. And of course, if she still says no, then maybe, just maybe, she might not be the one for you.
Are you guess a
Okay.
suggestion on Sula Nerdigan?
Yes, I am.
All right.
My eyes glow. My eyes change color briefly
Just a quick,
as I'm casting the spell.
just a quick reminder. Well, what was the suggestion actually?
Wait, you can't do you can't do it, right? Because he already has a suggestion out on the dude that's waiting in the grove.
Uh,
It's been a while. It's been a while. You fell asleep, didn't we?
It's not been 8 hours, so your suggestion is still up on the last person.
You can run away. He's fine.
so you can suggest on Sula. He is gonna do a wisdom. Is this a wisdom saving throw? Wisdom saving throw.
Not 20 that shit,
On
please.
skill save, persist
Shush.
action describes. There's a critical.
For one, the other guy's drinking in the forest. He's probably passed out drunk by now.
I will ask, because I'm reading the spell, but I can't find the addendum that is usually on this type of spells where, if the target succeeds, becomes hostile, or if the target succeeds, is aware that you tried to use magic to influence him. So I can't find that addendum that usually that spell has. So it seems like it doesn't have it. So here we go.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So the course of action was try one more time, and it don't work, then just give up.
Yeah, pretty much. But we're gonna go all out for this one, okay?
Oh,
Go all out, everything against the wall, and if she still says no, then there's definitely gonna be some bigger fish out there for you, buddy.
Okay.
Look, I tell him the exact same words. I'm like, look, man, I landed myself daughter of a titan, which of course the titan that I hate the most, but still almost a goddess. This can happen.
Sula
We're gonna go all out for this one, buddy.
looks at you and says, "Right, we have to go big here, I suppose."
God.
Before before he says anything, Valus does say, "Well, you've certainly sang the praises of these heroes that stand among us, but I do have to ask, young Sula, you have refused to acknowledge their multiple flaws." As she says this, she gives you like a like a like a passing glance at you, Alexandria, almost as if saying, "Hey, don't take what I'm about to say personally." Personally.
Oh shit, take it all right,
I
Drakgar, take
nod
it
my head in
personally.
agreement.
Drakgar, take it personally. Be like, screw you, and
You hear
Nah, I'm good.
Kara off in the side. you hear her say, "This is gonna be good," and she pulls the list out of
Write it down. Hey, write it down. Write it. You two in
doing
the
it,
back that
doing
have
it,
paper. Write it down.
and she kind of gets ready to write it down, and Valos begins to say, "You have
Let's write it
refused to
down.
acknowledge the times where it seems that despite the best intentions of these heroes, they have, well, truly gotten a lot of people hurt. Not only that, but it seems that, well, you have refused to also acknowledge their recklessness, their seeming superiority to the masses. In fact, I've heard even stories about this once not being entirely the smartest. I ask you,
Set Dragar.
with such type of
Who have we hurt?
Set Dragar.
We hurt somebody?
then I shouldn't point out anybody specifically. She says, I ask you again, young Sula, with this
Oh
type of
yeah.
loss, with this type of
Frickin' Drac.
with this type of loss, can you truly continue to extol their virtues the way you have been doing so far? And Sula kind of like looks at you, Derek, for a moment, straightens up his collar, uh, and looks back at Valus and says, "These flaws that you speak of, my queen, it may exist. But I ask you, my lady, weighed it against everything else that they stand for, everything else that they are, what do they really mean? For you see, I am of the mind that the people that stand here with us may actually, in fact, be the most wisest, the most beautiful, the most influential individuals that have ever arrived at the city of Mitros, almost on par with you." He kind of looks. At this point, he's been kind of like looking around all over you guys, and he says, "With that being said, my queen, has this been a sufficient enough accomplishment of your challenge?" Valus says, "I'm not sure. Would you care to take another look and ask that question again?"
Put my crown on to make it feel worse.
As she says this, Sula looks at all of you. You see a realization, I guess, in his mind, in his face rather, as if something's clicking together. You're not quite sure what. Valos then looks at you, Exandria, and whispers over to you and says, "Now, I believe you've helped me good enough. I wish you good luck with what's coming next."
I helped her good enough. What was the second part? Your mic cut in and out.
She says,
Boat.
"I wish you good luck in what's coming next."
Boat.
Uh,
On my boat.
well, you're not sure what she meant by that at first. As Valos makes her exit out of the temple, Sula, none the wiser, she's actually walking away, seemingly as still something like still clicking in his mind. And then Sula looks at you guys. Well, specifically at Alexandria and Derek, and says, "By the gods, I was such a fool. I was so blind to what Lady Valos was trying to get me to see that I completely wasted this opportunity." And he looks again, still looking at you two. He kind of takes a couple of steps back. looks over between you two, Exandria and Derek. And what he does next will, in equal parts, upset you, surprise you, shock you, perhaps even
Oh God.
disgust you in some level.
Can you
Porunga, jump on
just
Porunga,
propose
jump
to
on him.
Derek?
No.
He, while still looking at you guys,
I'm gonna grab him.
he he gets down in one knee
Oh God.
and produces a
Derek.
beautiful ring with a very sizable like diamond on it. None of your jewelers by any means of the extent of the imagination, but
Metius,
that
magic check.
looks like something that you would find on like the treasury of a king. And he says, Lady Exandri.
Oh, then never mind.
Lady Exandri.
Correct.
No, hold on. Because it's not done. Lady Exandri.
Oh.
Lord Derek. My only regret in this situation is that I only brought one of these.
Oh God.
Ain't no way.
And then, as he's saying this, Lorius looks over at you, Drakgar, Porunga, and Metius, and says, I suppose I was wrong. Maybe polygamy is practiced in the big cities.
Apparently.
Look at Kyra. Is she writing all this down?
Kyra-
And she's like, oh my god. Oh my
Like,
god.
she's like, you know how sometimes, for those who, like, maybe, like, seen anything DC related, you know how, like, when Flash runs really fast, there's, like, this surge of lightning that kind of, like, go across his body? That's basically what you're seeing right now in Kyra.
She's writing.
like
She's writing a fanfic.
she's going through like the speed force. She's going through like a couple of parchments. She's just like rapidly writing down something. Now obviously you can't tell what she's writing
She's breathing heavily while she writes it down.
because as soon as she's like writing it, she just immediately stores it away in her little sort of like quiver like like backpack. And as she's doing this, Sula says, I'm not a man that asks for a lot in the world, only that a piece of happiness be brought my way. And he seems to be expecting a response? Question mark from you.
Wait, is he actually proposing?
No way, little bro's doing this.
I mean, hey, I guess Dayran was right. Sula is a romantic of sorts. He's just expecting a response.
All right. Sula, I'm sorry. I am married to a woman that would probably kill you, even if I probably said the three-letter word. So I'm for your protection. I will say no, and also don't roll that way. That's it.
Seemingly, taking it in stride. He seemingly looks over at you, Alexander.
So what's my wife thinking about right now?
You don't know. But
She's watching for sure. She said she's quote unquote watching. So I'm pretty sure she had like a tsunami literally above us. We just not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
so
My character will sigh, and she will say, "Sure, but on one condition: I'll leave my auntie alone, and your loyalties to me."
Oh shit!
as it should have always been, my lady.
What?
And unless somebody opposes this, he slides the ring onto Extender's finger.
Eating no way.
Uh,
And it all comes full circle.
Lorius looks over. Actually, hold on. Have Exandria ever vocalized that she is into girls?
My character's vocalized that she swings both ways.
Oh, okay.
This looks like a terrible idea.
Shut up.
Now I want you to
It comes first.
I want you to add the following to your inventory. Sula.
Because remember, she was super into the blue dude in the church, Chandras, but she's
Bad
also
guy.
into girls, so she swings both ways.
I want you
Bad guy.
to add Sula's ring onto your inventory. It's not a magical item, but it is
That's fine.
a ring worth 1,000 gold pieces.
Oh?
Dang.
Solid.
It's worth a dragon revival.
And as
Same.
places the ring on Xander's finger, he says, "With the five as my witness, I promise to make your life happy. But there is one thing, my dear, that I've been told that
party.
your journeys will take you far away from the city. Is this true?"
Of course. This is very true. We have a lot of ground to cover, a lot of things to do. You could travel with us, or we could always stop by once we're back on the land. We are heroes of prophecy, and we intend to do right by the world.
And like that, to reaffirm my belief in this choice that I've taken. Of course, I shall wait for you as long as I need to. For you will bring about a world where we can truly be happy. I must share this news with my father. He will want to know. Have you met my father yet?
Yeah, actually, your father was the one who told us we could find you here.
Of course. I love him, but sometimes he just does not allow me to live my own life. But yes, I must quickly share this news with my father. He will be elated to hear this. I will not do something as uncouth as to drag you away should you not want it. I'm certain your path leads you somewhere else. But
We're actually going to be in town a little bit longer, and we have some business we're doing with your dad as well, so he'll see us.
he kind of nods, again, this sort of like beaming happiness in his face. And he says, "Very well. Please, do make sure to visit from time to time. There's many preparations that need to be done, and I shall make sure that they are done with the utmost care." And he kind of looks over, kind of gets up. It's a bait for later point. Hey, he kind of gets up, and again, seemingly having acquired this tunnel vision, I guess, of sorts. He just dashes past all of you out of the temple.
All right. Derek, I'm sorry, but you should probably duck. And then I punch him.
I'm like, hey, way, and I just go
But
down
in the
like,
shoulder.
won't hurt. Come on. What strength modifier do you have? -2.
It's a -1. I'm not even going to attempt to roll.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm at.
And mechanically speaking, that effectively does 0 damage.
Huh. Can I ask Metius to write me a note real quick?
Of course. What would you like? And he pulls out
Okay.
a
Okay,
little
so-
scroll in his pen.
I can't really talk directly to Kyra. If not, my wife will kill me.
Okay.
I'll write send them this note to Kyra to talk to Hercules, and see she could probably send thing real quick to him that he could train me in and to train me in the art of battle with axes and such.
You want me to give her this letter? Who is to teach you?
Hercules.
Thericles. Are you referring to
Hercules.
Hercules.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
all sound like
And-
Hercules, just slightly
Yes.
different.
Okay, and
Hercules,
for
Hercules.
And for payment, I will give him
Hercules.
and for payment of such training, I will allow him to train me with the sword of his great ancestor and some money. Payment as well.
As
You
you're
should also
describing
send
this
a
letter,
note to
he's
the
nodding.
Apocalypse.
Pardon?
Yeah. And that's it.
Oh,
And I tell him as I also push him towards Kyra so he can talk to Kyra by himself.
One,
Ha ha ha.
one moment, Derek. What were you saying, Xander?
I was saying to Derek, you should also write a note to Necropolis to speak with your friend to see if his soul is passing on. And you're welcome, jerk. Or the shoebox away.
Yeah. All right. And I tell Metius that minus the jerk part.
Oh, okay. So
It's two notes, of
I'll
course.
create the 2 separate letters. And you want me to hand these to Kyra to be
Messaged, please.
delivered?
Oh, she's the messenger goat.
I suppose I could ask her. I don't know if.
She
Well, I'll
did
just
make
ask.
letters disappear before.
I'm pretty sure she will though, because she's a worker to my wife, so she can't say no. I think.
Wow.
So I'll spend the required time scribing
Sexist.
this,
Yeah.
and when they're done, head over to Kyra and very politely bow and
Look,
explain
Raise
the
her up!
situation to her.
she hits you with the like Chala style. We don't do that around here. Uh,
Ha! Ha!
like,
Correct.
The what?
basically telling you you don't need to bow for her. Like she's
Oh, okay, okay. And I'll before presenting the notes, I'll describe what Derek said, that he is worried that talking to you will lead to his death, which I'm not sure at this point that is an exaggeration or an accurate statement of consequences. So he's asked me to scribe these 2 notes, these 2 letters, and they're to be delivered. And I suppose he was hoping he'd be able to deliver them with magic?
I'm not an errand girl, but
I know.
I can see what I can. Who am I supposed to deliver this to?
This one, and I'll present the one that's for Theracles.
Okay.
This one goes to Theracles,
Wait, what?
and then
Why didn't you just talk to him while he was in the city?
Left.
I
Forgot.
don't know. I'm just trying to do right by my friends. And
Don't scare me, please.
so I'll hand her the letter and say, this one is for Theracles.
Okay.
And then I'll hand her the second letter and say, this one is meant to go to Necropolis.
D-man.
To Damon, I presume.
Yes.
Man.
All right. Well, Damon usually doesn't like it when I go there because, he's all about the respecting of the elders and all of that nonsense.
Right.
So I'll see who can deliver it in my stead. Uh, or well, I maybe just do some magic and just have it be delivered like that. But anyway, don't you worry about it. I'll make sure to get these letters to their respective destinations.
That's much
Raise her,
appreciated.
raise her up, bro. Across the room.
Oh my god. I just facepalm.
Okay. Uh, well, uh, now I got a lot of material. Oh, who do we lose? Oh, I thought we lost something. Somebody. Uh, uh, Kyra says, I got a lot of material out of all of that interaction. Oh, by the way, congratulations on getting engaged. Kind of turns to Alexandri when she says
Oh
that.
god.
What made you say yes?
Money.
I mean, was there really a reason to say no? He's from a wealthy family. Arranged marriages are a thing. My first true love died years ago.
Oh, no.
There's nothing saying that I won't even die by the time I finish our quest. If it makes him happy for the time being and lives on Team Alice alone, then I don't really see any harm to it. And if he does wait around for the day when our quests are finally over, we can return back to the mainland, then wouldn't he be worth marrying?
Mm, I'm kind of confused by what you just said. It sounded at first that this was just a marriage of convenience and, well, money. But, but then you turn it around towards the end there, so I'm kind of don't quite follow what you were trying to say there.
Um, it's kind of a both thing. Not that I would openly ask him for money, but say in the future another situation comes around where money is something that solves an issue, like we were talking in the throne room about how to get rid of the Titans, and we were talking about, we could sacrifice X amount of ox and whatnot, and the issue of money arise because Dad's money wouldn't be enough, neither would the king's. So it'd always be nice to have another backup that we could always ask for assistance if needed.
Mm, I suppose. You know, I made it a rule for me that I never would really get married to anybody who cannot beat me in a foot race. So, well,
That's pretty funny, actually. I like that.
I mean,
How fast are you, Auntie Kyra?
very fast. You probably seen, well, little spurts of it here and there, but I can assure you that when I really want to, nobody can catch me. Uh,
In the boots of swiftness.
but that's a story to
I mean,
a story for another day.
if he does wait around and he's loyal the entire time that we're on our travels, it wouldn't make him that bad of a catch.
I suppose.
And it does get him off of my auntie's back for a while, even if she kind of insulted me a lot.
Well, I can tell you, as someone who's often in the receiving ends of her insults, uh, you get used to it.
I mean, to be fair, my brother's the one who killed that person, and I told him not to twice, and then he still did it.
Mm, I think there's things everyone in this group can work on. But, well, no hero is perfect. In fact, flaws are what make someone's character all the more interesting. Or, well, they help with building up character, I suppose. Uh, but that's enough about that. She gonna begins to address everybody in general and says, uh, "You all have been quite the busy bees around these parts. Have heard that you've been running all around the city doing all sorts of things. I take it this was only one stop on the rest of your journey."
Oh, yeah. There's so much to do in this city, Auntie.
That's a murder. What?
Well, um, I wish I could join you for all of this, as I originally planned to. As the current court, well, function dignitary, I guess, seeing as that my actual position here, as the current court dignitary here in Mitros, there's a couple of boring things that I have to do before I can rejoin you all again. But whenever I can, you best make sure that I'm going to be tagging along for the long run.
All right. Well, good thing Glorious is with us because so much has happened. Um, is there anything we could do for you while we're in the city, Kyra?
Mm,
Auntie Kyra?
I can't think of anything. Mm, actually, maybe there is one thing, but I'm not sure if you'll be able to get it done while you're in the city. Just think about this for, well, something to look out for. You see, a couple of months ago, uh, one of the temple of the fives around the land got well, robbed, I guess, to put it bluntly. They stole a number of strange and magical instruments from it. 4 of them, in fact. If you ever find something that matches that type of vague description,
Oh, we do. Actually, I think Derek has one of them. Hey, Derek, can you show my auntie that harp you got?
Okay. Here, see? I'm far away. She can barely see it, but I have it.
yes, like that, kind of like that. I'm kind of surprised that you managed to find it actually. But regardless, if you find any more of those
Got it.
instruments around the land, chances are they're probably stolen. And well, though I'm not going to force you to bring them all the way back to the temple they were stolen from, uh,
Fine.
just as long as
Fine.
they're off the hands of wrong, they're off the wrong hands would be quite enough.
Finders keepers.
Yes, Jack. It believes that the Four Winds have stolen them.
Oh,
We've already procured one from Boreas.
wait, you ran into Boreas, the Winter Wind?
Beat him up.
Oh yeah, he's currently passed out in a glaive, sleeping, waiting
Drunk.
for some I forget his name of the Feywilds to come and escort him back to the Fae, so he could
Urkus,
be
the druid.
yeah, the druid, so he could be properly judged by his kind and whatever else that might entail.
He's also very drunk.
Okay. Well, I suppose that's one down, right? I would be
Um,
a bit more careful with the rest. Uh, Stories say that the Four Winds have the ability to cast some very high level magic that goes beyond what the regular person should be able to. At least, one without the proper training.
oh yeah, no, I'd have to say his magic was quite chilling.
Ha.
No,
That's all you get.
I would agree. It was quite impressive.
Hmm.
I get 4 harps? What?
Well, in
Well, I have a question if you have a moment. Um, you seem to know at least a little bit about these four winds. Are they some kind of aspect connected to these lands, or are they just powerful beings?
oh, uh, they're they're a band.
Dog.
Uh,
Harp of harps? Let's
a,
go.
a
A
band?
band?
Yes, they're a band of Fae that enjoy music a lot, or at least that's how the story goes. Uh,
Used to.
Stories say that there's not just the Four Winds isn't specific individuals. It's a title of sorts that is passed along across the generations.
Wait, this is a troupe? Like a performance troupe?
I mean, I guess it makes sense. They are musical items.
At least
Will be the Wind Waker.
they used to be. The current iteration of the Four Winds seem to be, well, like I mentioned before, thieves.
So they've no divinity to them? They're not magically connected to the realm? They don't hold the fabric of existence in their hands at all?
That's a very strange set of questions. Uh, no, as far as I can tell, no.
They're just a band.
At least that's what they used to be.
Will be the Wind Waker. Collect all 4.
A very a very shocked expression is just held on Matthias's face. He says nothing else.
I'm sorry, did something happen? I mean, you said you faced off against one of them. I think he was a tough opponent, but, uh, well, I'm sorry if that wasn't the answer you were expecting.
It's it's all right. It's actually a better answer than the one that I had come up with in my own head. But as some of the greatest philosophers have said, we suffer more in our minds than in reality.
Oh, that's a good one. Do you mind if I steal it?
Well, it wouldn't really be stealing it, but sure, I didn't come up with it.
I'll take that as a yes. And she kind of pulls out like a piece of parchment and begins to write down in there. Uh, She then looks at you guys and says, "But yeah, that would be really the only thing that I have in my mind at the moment. Um, you know, uh, I once you guys are going to be getting ready to set out to find the ultras, do let me know ahead of time so I can actually follow you along on that particular adventure."
No worries, Auntie. We got the city is in quite the pickle. I think we'll be staying another couple nights here before we decide to venture that way. Plus, we have to go pick up our magical items that Grandpa's making us before we head out.
Well, he is working on all of them still. Uh, you know,
And give him enough gold.
according to him, it takes quite a while for the magic to be reapplied, so to speak, in ancient magic items.
Understandable. I mean, it's only been 3 days since.
Feels like a
4 days.
month.
It's been 4 days since.
Feels like 4 months.
I agree. There's so much stuff wrong with this city. How did it get this way, man?
I mean, you all chose this path. Uh,
Why on my boat already?
so with that, Kyra kind of says, "Right, well, I suppose I won't keep you all here for any more than I need to. There's clearly a lot of things that you guys need to get to. So, well, I wish you the best of luck, and may you make a wonderful story."
Great. Thank you, Auntie. Miss you. I give her a hug and leave.
She zooms away.
So all of you guys leave the temple?
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm Derek's thinking ahead. If I acquire all 4 of the instruments, I could call myself the Wind Waker.
That is a very interesting observation. I think that would be a good title.
So
Or
I
the
do
Wind
have
Waker.
a question for the King of Out again.
Yes.
So the days that it says for these items to be made, are those accurate or inaccurate? And are those the days with Pythor's hammer or without Pythor's hammer?
Talking about the handout that I gave you all of the Metro Forge, correct?
Correct.
So
I don't know if those days are with the hammer or without the
thing
hammer.
is that right now, Vulcan's priority is to reforge the items of the Dragonlords. He's
Correct.
already reforged the breastplate, I believe, and is currently in the process of reforging the axe. I believe that's the other item that you guys asked him to.
Correct.
Each of those items take roughly a week to reforge. Once those are done, however, the rest of he can refocus efforts into crafting something else. Mind you, he can as told by the table for the mithril forge, uh, some of those items do require materials to be to be crafted. Uh, he currently it's just him. It's just Vulcan working the forge, so he can only cover so much work per day. Because Pythor's hammer, you guys still have it. So the to answer your question, the price that you see as is in the table is just like I said, as is.
Okay, it's as is. I was just curious if that's if that's what that was with his hammer, because I remember you stating if he had Pythor's hammer, it's a little bit quicker.
Correct. In fact, hold on. Where's there we go. There's the Metro Forge.
I found it. Yeah.
Uh, have you? What materials have you even given him? If you could quickly remind me.
He is supposed to be crafting the amulet of health, which I paid for my brother, and he is also. This is why my question just popped up as well. We just obtained a harp, correct? Correct.
Yes, that is the Boreal Harp.
All right.
Wait, is it?
Because theoretically, that is the harp that he was creating.
I have two. That's fine. We can have two of these.
That's the harp we needed for earlier.
Yeah, because that was the harp that he was already creating for Pumo.
I have
So
two.
Pumo is
It's
just
fine.
gonna have two of them, so we can return one of the one that was stolen back to the temple.
The not the real one, the fake one, quote
No,
unquote.
we'll return the real one back to the temple.
No. Want that one.
Uh,
Or magic.
They're the exact same. Only one of them is actually belongs to the temple, sir.
But it makes it better.
all right. So,
Finders
I mean, like
keepers.
I said, right now
You're a good guy. Remember that.
his priority is finishing crafting these things. I believe he gave you the breastplate like 2 to 3 in-game days ago. I think. When you
Am
corroborate that. Meaning that
that
he's,
my breastplate?
yeah, like the I don't know who's currently using it right now, but the breastplate of Mitros is called. Uh,
That's mine, yeah.
that means he still has quite a couple of days to go before he's done with the great axe.
Which great axe is it? Is it the Xander's great axe or is it another great axe?
The axe of Sander.
That's also mine. Woo! Let's go. Okay.
You're gonna use the great axe?
That's why I turned Hercules, whatever his name is, to train me. Exchange
You
it.
didn't
Oh,
get
okay.
that.
I was about to say.
You can train me. I said, Drakgar. God damn it.
Did you even pick it up? You don't have any muscles. And then I'll point to
Yes,
his
I,
arm.
yes, I, yes, I do, sir. It's called muscle memory.
Uh-huh.
I was more jacked than you back in the days.
Regardless,
Mm-hmm.
you guys will be exiting out the temple. By the time you do so, it's a little bit further into the evening. I'll say roughly like 7, 8 p.m. somewhere along those lines. Uh, so nighttime in the city of Mitros is upon you.
Look, I just thought about this. If quote unquote his new fiance, if he has a bigger party, he'll announce it, and the Nerdigons will have more clout than the king because he's technically marrying one of the heroes of the city. Maybe your uncle, the king, will be a little more jealous. It's weird. Good time.
Should we do our rest now or
Yes, I have no more spell slots.
Let's go back to the tavern, put on a performance like before, and get a good night rest.
and on
Alright, fine.
the way back I'll be trying to see if we have see any signs of the Lady of Coin.
I'll practice with the harp. I'll perform with the harp. Practice.
Okay. In that case, I mean, here's at this point I'm gonna ask: Are you doing the performance to just attract people, or to essentially earn your share to pay for your night's rest?
I mean, I'll probably perform for the people, I guess. For me, I'll perform for the people. Already have enough. We definitely have enough gold to pay for our rooms. Sure. Or sure. Or 1,000 gold.
I mean, hey,
Perform for the people.
I was surprised how down the line in higher level D&D, the gold becomes a necessity. Uh, Sometimes.
We're
Okay,
fine.
so you guys go back across the city. Nothing too crazy happens on the way there. Best, most you would be able to tell is that, uh, well, there appears to be a little bit less movement in the general other, sections of the city. But nightlife in, say, places, districts like Station Row, is still pretty much active. As you would expect from a place that houses a lot of taverns, tap houses, uh, brothels, or other form of red light district, entertainment. Uh, is still a lot of movement down there. Eventually, you make it across the city back to like the more mercantile district, and you find the same tavern that you have been going to so far. Again, even though you guys are, the heroes of the city, that still doesn't stop a couple of passing glances from the citizens who, lo and behold, those of you with a decent passive perception would notice that they are directed at, well, a particular member of your party.
Sorry, a quick question: is the what's the harp? Is it an item or is it just
It is an item. Hold on. Instrument of
I'm look.
He needs to
Yeah.
have it identified to figure out what it does.
Mhm.
Oh well, let's we know. Or let's say because I don't know it now. I'm trying to look for it in the item thing, but I can't find it. That's why.
You won't be able to find it through the through the actual compendium, like you can do so with most other things. Uh, Actually, yeah, you can probably find it as instruments of the muse. Uh, Basically, the way this specific instrument works, and we'll go over the specifics later on after the session. Uh,
Yep.
I believe, yes, they increase the DC of your spell save, and also add a couple of extra spells onto your list that don't count towards the spells you know. Uh,
Okay, so yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it after, of course. 'Cause I want to figure this out more since we'll probably be in my inventory most
Are we
likely.
allowed to switch which instrument Grandpa's making?
you could,
Since he hasn't started on it, like if I send him a message.
if you have enough to do another sending, you can potentially do.
Ideal. It's
Uh,
my
Do it.
last deal.
I mean, hey, then go ahead. How's the message, or what's the message rather?
Alright, let me find the Mithril Forging because I forget what the other one is. It's not the third one because we don't have whatever that other item is, but we can do, since he hasn't started yet.
And we found the original one. Just don't make the knockoff one. That's probably
Yeah,
gonna be real.
so he could have the Zephyr loot. Okay.
And
Cindy,
should we? Hold on, I'll just.
It's one day to make it. I'll give you the gold. I'll give you 50 gold.
you still owe me the gold for the harp, bro.
250 then.
No. Oh, how
It's
about
50.
just 100? We'll split it.
And yeah, hundo. I subtract 100. You add 100.
Hmm. All right. So, what's the message again?
Hi, Grandpa. It's me, Sandry. We got the original harp. Can we switch the order to the Zephyr loot? Love you. Hope you are well. Bye.
Bye.
Back a simple and concise message, in keeping in line with Vulcan's rather detached attitude. You get a very simple and concise message. Huh? Sure, all right. And that's
Bye.
and
All right,
that's,
throw that to the trash. Get to start the loot.
and that's all. That's it. That's all the message you get. That's oh shit! Hold on. One
Your
moment.
grandpa is simple, just like back in the days.
Uh.
You know what? Oh, fine. We'll do a one night stand. Like, wait, what?
All right. I'm
Huh?
sorry about that.
Huh?
Uh.
Exactly. So I'd say, huh?
All right. So, you guys are heading in for a night's sleep. Uh. Let me just double check that. Uh. Unless you're trying to use your pool as the heroes of the city to pull some strings and the like. This night of staying here at the inn, because it is a wealthy inn, uh, or comfortable at the very least, will cost everybody. I want everybody to deduct 8 silver pieces from their inventory.
Okay.
Alright.
Did that
Hey,
aid what?
spell slots are now full again. Hooray!
Silver pieces from everyone's inventory. And now, uh, I will say that unless anybody wants to do something else before night falls, basically the next dawn will be upon us. Let's see.
Spell
I think
slots are
that's
now
it
full.
for me as well.
Okay. In that case, let's see.
Dunzo.
What happened?
Sorry, I just read something funny.
All right. In that case, let's get the immortal bot to play this. Skip. There we go.
Bro, Kyra was writing a fan fiction the whole time.
I mean,
What she was doing.
you know what you was right. You didn't ask.
She was breathing heavily. What do you mean?
So new days upon you all. Wake up early in the morning. The cost basically covers for your morning meal and the like. Something very simple. I don't know what they eat in ancient Greece, so just pretend like you know what I'm saying. And this is a very simple meal. Well, simple in
Yeah,
quotations. That this is still like a decently sized inn. So they can have
eggs and ham.
fancy stuff on the as a side plate, sweet fruit and the like. But yeah, what do you guys do now?
Should we start heading to what was that place called? The first place we went. I gotta find the map.
The Satyr Stale.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, we're supposed to go back down there to the. Oh yeah, we're supposed to go down and talk to more people in the slums. Remember now?
Is that what everybody in the party is doing, or just a couple? I want to know so I know who to move to the next map.
I'll definitely accompany him if we're going to that area. I think Matt kind of knows it a little bit, right?
I believe so. Well, not sure how much Metius is. Well, I guess I'll leave it up to you to tell me like how knowledgeable of the stage and row segment of the city Metius would be with. Uh, but there's only a couple of places that people often kind of look to. Like that places to go. Where it's stage and row. Mind you, like I
Yeah.
said, there's a lot of like taverns, bars, brothels, not as many places over there, but only a couple really stand out, in the place. And the City of Snail is one.
But yeah, Sandra can take his brother Drakgar to meet his other brother, step bro. Step bro.
So I asked.
Brother?
So I asked once again: is everybody going down to the City of Snail?
That's the place we went to the first time, right?
Correct.
Or is it the other one?
Correct.
Oh, it's the bar. We'll go back to the bar.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm trying to remember correctly. I think Mitch would go too, but he said he had to step away for a second, but he's listening.
We gotta keep
I'm
him
waiting
close
for a
because
response from him, but I'm guessing he would say yeah.
we gotta keep him
I'm
close.
gonna follow everyone.
Okay.
Gotta keep Juno close. He might go after some people if he goes straight into the Minotaur market. Just saying, guys.
Yeah,
break some
don't let me
doors.
get picked up.
Don't let him get close. He'll just go. He'll destroy everything.
Okay. So you guys go over to the Satyr's Tale. There is, to your surprise, still a seasonable. There's still a lot of people actually like here, even on the early hours of the day, which leads you to believe that they either just stayed there overnight, however many there were. As I move you to the next map. So, those of you who are actually like going into the place, place yourselves down anywhere around these parts.
I keep forgetting which menu it's in. There we go.
Alright, so, you guys are currently entering the Satyr's Tail. For those who may need a reminder of this place, it is basically a, how do I describe this? It is basically a, from the outside, kind of drab looking place. There's not a lot of color, coming in from the outside. It's which makes you, question how this place actually, being frequented by as much people as it is. There is, however, once you enter, uh, a somewhat permanent smell of like tobacco almost that seems to permeate the air. There is no sign of smoke, present in the tavern too much. It just seems to be kind of like imprinted onto the walls of this place. Uh, sorry. There is the main clientele, I guess, of this place are mostly half orcs, uh, and other non-human creatures. Some people that you see, even again, once again, even though it's this the early morning, you do see a couple of people already kind of passed out, I guess, on the tables. One of the workers kind of has to move one of them off to the side to kind of clean the table, and then just places his head back onto the table after he's done cleaning it. Yes, it's not entirely a pleasant place, but seems to be good enough for business to continue going. Uh, so, what do you guys do?
Well, Drakgar, I will be following him around, and as much as I can be, like, kind of guiding, I guess. Like, whatever knowledge or anything that Metius has about any of the customs here, whatever it is, like, try to um, see if we can use that to our advantage.
Well, first, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I accidentally deleted a token of the map.
Before I talk to the guy I was thinking about talking to, I'm just gonna try to listen around, see if anybody mentions the Lady of Coin or says anything about her.
Roll me a perception check.
Frick.
Nah, you don't particularly catch anything that has those words, I guess, involved in the sentence. Best you would be able to tell is various like gossip, idle chatter, rumors at best of various things that the citizens seem to be talking about. Uh, you know, stories of small adventures that maybe some of the sailors at the port have run into. Nothing really that stands out to you as being of the Cult of the Snake or the Lady of Coins.
And I'm gonna screw this RP up so hard. Alright, so
No, you got it.
I'm gonna attempt to talk to this guy.
I will follow along closely.
As you guys begin to kind
Extra
of
muscle.
beeline it to this half orc, that once again, if I need to describe him, is more orc than whatever other half he may be. This kind of like brolic-looking individual with segments of his face that are covered in scars, scar tissue in general. You do notice that everybody in the tavern kind of begins to look at you as you're like beelining it to this guy. Maybe that guy's bad news, or maybe they're just finding it, kind of ballsy of you to just randomly approach this man, with such confidence. In fact, you notice that the two tiefling twins are here as well. They actually seem to have just wandered in like a minute or so after you guys arrived and just kind of sit down. And they kind of look over in that direction as well. You see as you approach this man, there's around 6 or so other individuals that are dressed in a similar fashion to him. Or at the very least donning like similar colors, I guess, in their attire. That also kind of like look at you. Not so much as glaring daggers, but kind of looking at you with that expression that makes you believe that your movements are being watched carefully by these individuals. Those 6 individuals. The 6 individuals that I'm referring to are, of course, these fellows that are in tables nearby. The guy that you're approaching. He kind of looks up at you. He seems to be counting up like a couple of coins, and seems to be, kind of focused on that. He doesn't, if he does notice your approach, he doesn't call you, like, not call you out specifically, because he's kind of focused on that task at hand. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
I'm Drakgar, and that's Porunga, and that's Metius. Sorry. And I was wondering if you have any info on the Lady of Coins, or if you know anything about her.
The music stops.
Oh shit! I meant to. Damn. Oh well. I did. Oh well.
We're rolling with it.
Well,
yep, rolling with it.
Or rather, it doesn't stop, but like there's because you said this like out loud.
I should have. Whatever.
You said this out loud, so the Satyr, who's the one kind of playing the music, kind of for a moment the tempo kind of goes off a little bit as they seem to have picked up on that, and then he continues the music. You see as some of the bar patrons kind of like again look at you directly. The bartender, the Dragonborn, who is was up until now a little bit busy managing the place, does like a pause in his movements and looks over in your direction before resuming his duties. The guy who you approached to, who is was rather in the middle of counting up the coinage that he had in his hand, kind of stops and kind of looks over at the guy behind him, passes him the pouch and the rest of the coins that he had in his hand, and says, "Count those for me." And the man kind of, before pulling his hand away from the half-orc, the half-orc kind of like grabs him by the wrist and says, "And if I feel like you're trying to cheat me, we're gonna have some trouble." And then kind of lets go of the man's arm as he pulls back, and you see the guy behind him begin to count up the coins in the pouch. He looks over to you guys and says, "Well, you certainly have some balls on you. How many people would just go around and start openly throwing her name around like that?"
Well, it seems like she's got her eye on us, and we're trying to find how to find her or why she's coming for us. And maybe we should also talk a little bit more in private.
Don't take this the wrong way, but You're not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you?
No, no, I'm more of the muscle in the group.
He kinda, of a moment, it almost seems like he narrows his eyes to you. And he says, well, I like a man who knows their place in the world. You seem to have a lot of these things to discuss. Thankfully, you just so happen to walk into the one and only Varkon. Me and my boys here. I do a couple of jobs here and there. And maybe some of them do lead us to the doorstep of some named individuals across the city, if you catch my meaning.
Have I heard of this guy?
You can make a history check.
Nope.
Oh.
Even with a Nate, you kind of look at him. He fits the stereotypical description of a mercenary.
Yeah.
Heavily armed at all times, even though he's like in a tavern. Kind of that sort of disrespectful but rough attitude. You're not entirely sure if you've heard of his name specifically or of his crew, but you can just tell right now he's some form of mercenary.
Okay.
The Barkan, the half-orc, seems to say, well, I'll tell you right now, you caught me in a good mood right now. I was just counting up the earnings of our last job. So I'll do you a favor and not knock your teeth out for interrupting me right there.
Sorry about that. But never mind.
I think what my companion is trying to communicate is that we need information. We believe you can get it, and we're willing to pay.
You know what they say? Gold does make the world go around.
And I'm going to try to match like Drakgar's, imposing demeanor.
Make me a general charisma check.
Okay.
No way.
Charisma. Ooh, 15.
Oh,
You try to display, obviously you're not as physically imposing as all of the other, people around here.
Not even a little bit.
So,
you have a stick.
so you're kind of trying to, despite that sort of like disadvantage, quote unquote, more or less carry yourself with a degree of, sternness, if anything. Like not trying to back down from the situation, and you do like notice some of the other mercenaries that are around the area kind of like look over at you, kind of almost as if trying to seize you up, but they don't like say anything out loud. They just kind of like stare at you, almost as if they're trying to figure you out. Varkan says, "All right, take a seat." Kind of gestures at the seats behind you guys.
A little bit of like a polite nod as I sit.
Varkan looks over at the nearest people in the other table and says, "And you two, if I know you're eavesdropping on this conversation, there'll be something to pay." And they both kind of like look at each other, and they just very quickly relocate to another table. He then kind of looks at you guys and says, "All right, like I said, me and my boys do a lot of jobs, and they sometimes do get us in communication with some people. The lady might be one of them. But you just told me that she's looking for you. I can make sure that, well, how do you know that I wasn't paid to go after you?"
Well, obviously, we don't know that. Do you know who we are?
Anyone who's anything in this town already knows you all by now. You know, going around from one side to the other, causing ruckus. And not only that, but, well, ever since the day where the clouds cleared away, many people have already started sharing your likeness in sketches and the like. Them artists or people who fancy themselves as such. I gotta say, looking at you guys face to face, not all that impressed.
That's fair. Generally, the stories and things like that people drum up are larger than life. But one thing that you must be able to admit is that we get things done.
That I heard.
And that's what we're here to do.
That I heard. Some stories say that you actually got the help of those of the gods during one of those occasions. So maybe it's more situational than people think.
Hmm.
Now,
So,
ask away. I ain't got all day.
did you have something specific in mind, Drakgar?
Well, I hope to find out where she's at, or just more info on what or where she's, or just more info in general. I don't know.
You really didn't thought this through, did you?
Not much of a talker.
Okay. When people waste my time. Listen,
I will produce a little pouch.
I have a question.
yeah,
Okay, you said you do some work for the Lady of Coins, right?
I may have.
Or some of it.
I may have. Me and my
All
wife.
right. So how does that process work? Like, does she have like some meeting place that you guys go to, or
Great question.
That's uh,
how does that work?
that's a bit of client confidentiality, as they say. You know, we don't just work and tell. You catch me?
Okay, but how do we get, like, if one was to look for jobs or quest or whatever that she has, like, how does one, like, work for her?
Hmm. If you're lucky, she finds you, and if you're even luckier, she recruits you.
Oh, okay.
She has agents everywhere. Eyes and
So it's like,
ears, eyes and ears everywhere. If you're an individual that is worth her time, she hires you. And
okay.
if you're not, then well, you may just have a couple of run-ins with her agents, and if you're one of those people that make too many moves, they'll tell you to step down a little bit. Now, if you're really on her shit list, though, that's when you have to worry. That's when she doesn't, give you warnings. That's such a children's storybook thing to do.
Okay.
She doesn't give warnings. She sends messages. And by messages, I mean, well, those that the type that really get the point across.
The statues.
It's no, it's no secret. Know what she is. Anyone with anyone with a brain would be able to tell you that she's the one not to mess with.
Mm-hmm.
But well, for people like me, for people who know how to play their cards right, She's basically a patron saint.
Right. And the fact that we were not ordered to be executed walking simply down this street must mean something. We're just looking to meet with her. We don't necessarily intend on interrupting anything that's going on. But we need to understand all sides of this story from the perspective of every group of people.
Well,
We just want a meeting.
Well, here's the thing. Asking where to find her is like, you know, it's like asking someone who doesn't want to be found where to find them. You know, it's like you don't ask those questions. Otherwise, you're gonna make a fool
Oh,
of yourself if you haven't already.
I apologize for my poor manners and my ill choice of words.
A meeting
Do
place.
I know like a relatively good amount of gold that it would effectively work as a bribe in a place like this?
Well, mm, it really depends. It really depends. Uh, for this, I won't exactly tell you an amount right now because I'm leaving this up to well, you guys. Varkan kind of looks over you guys and says, "A meeting place, though, that can probably be arranged. Although, seeing as she hasn't asked to meet with any of you, I doubt she wants to meet you. Or at the very least, if she is planning on doing so, she's probably only gonna do so when she's certain that, well, things go her way."
May I try to look over at the table that Varkon handed the coin to, and that there's that thug there counting?
Yeah?
Can I try to quickly estimate how much gold is there? You know, Met has like a high int. He's so smart. Can you like look at it and be like, okay, maybe it's this much?
Roll me an investigation check. Because you're trying to, like, you know, sort of connect the amount that he currently has outside the pouch with what amount is still inside or could be still inside.
Mhm.
Let me see here. You believe? Wait, hold on. Was somebody saying something? I thought I heard someone's mic.
I was just cheering on.
Oh,
You notice that there, if your estimation is correct, there appears to be well over 300 gold in that pouch.
okay. And he said that was for a whole job.
Yeah. Which
So,
presumably is going to be split amongst his people and himself. So,
right.
Dad, each one gets 10 gold and he gets the rest of it.
Okay. So I will produce a pouch and in it will be 100 gold pieces, and I'll put it on the table in front of Varkon, and I'll look to my companions and then to Varkon and say, "This is a sign of our goodwill and our understanding of how things operate here, and evidence, hopefully, that you will see. Our intention is to disrupt nothing and simply to understand." And I will slide it over.
kind of looks over, looks at the gold, looks back at you, and says, "All right, it's a start."
I've subtracted the 100 gold from my inventory.
Kind of slides the gold over to himself and says, "Right. Well, I can tell you this much. Sometimes the lady calls upon us to deliver goods somewhere else. From time to time, it involves going to a particular point outside the city. Others, we have to catch a ship and go just a little bit off the coast. And sometimes, well, it involves, shall we say, just leaving them somewhere else and have that be picked up later.
I see.
Juno in a cage.
Worked with her very regularly. And, well, might sound like I'm bragging here, but we're pretty good at what we do. Maybe that's why she often relies on us. If at any point she tries to call upon us again, maybe I'll let you know. That is, like I said, assuming that she is already planning on meeting you or isn't planning on meeting you already. Also, Alexandria, you can place your token anywhere in the tavern, like I said.
She's drinking.
Hold on, I didn't scroll up. Alright, you're all the way up there. Alright, so the so Varkan kinda says, like I said, there's a bit of confidentiality. We are professionals after all, so I can't just give you all the details.
Of course. Of course.
Well, best I can tell you right now is that keep doing what you're doing, and sooner or later you're gonna meet someone that knows her one way or another. Now, like I said, today has been a good day for me and my boys here. So, I answer your questions, and I'm going to, well, get back to celebrating. It's gonna be a long morning for me and the boys. So, I suggest you guys go back to whatever it is you were doing.
Understood. Thank you for your help.
Thanks for your help.
He kind of basically does like this gesture to kind of wave you away, or
Right.
something like that. As he kind of does like a gesture to one of the workers to, bring him a drink.
Can
Yes.
Derek begin to approach the Nero since I noticed that the other one had left?
You picked up on it, didn't you? So you
Just
approach.
got here.
Yeah, he started left like right after I started talking.
Mm-hmm.
Mega sus.
So you approach. One of the tiefling twins, Nero, who's currently is kind of doing like this. He's doing the how do you call the thing in English? The five finger fillet. Where he has like the knife and he kind of like
Yeah.
between the spaces of
What
his.
do you do at school? What do you do for school? Pens.
Wait, what did you say?
Things you did at school with the pens. You do like that.
Yeah,
You
you
pens.
you
Yeah,
don't have a
pencils.
knife
doing
to use the pen.
he's doing so with a knife. Like an actual.
Yeah.
And he notices you're like approaching, or rather seems to catch you in his peripheral vision, but he's a little bit too focused on finishing this set right now, so to speak.
I'll let him finish. I'll let him finish. Respect.
And then he finally stops and says, "Whew, still got it." He kind of looks over at you and says, "Hey, it's you. You're back. Do you need anything?"
I just saw you alone since your other and left. Other I forget.
Yes, he needed to be somewhere else. My brother is a busy man. Or both are technically, but well, you know, one can cover for the other. Kinda.
True.
like a cheeky sort of like smile.
All right, and I'm asked the wait. I'm asked the waiter or bartender for 2 drinks over here.
The Dragonborn, Julius, kind of flags down one of the workers as he begins to try and start pouring, pouring the drinks onto a couple of mugs.
And like here, just I think you're alone. I also just want to talk with you for a little bit,
Uh,
as well as get you a drink. You know.
I'm afraid I'm not the best conversational partner with people I don't know.
Are you sure? I'm gonna slide 10 gold across the table.
Looks at 10 gold. I'm afraid you're going to have to try harder than that.
75 gold, good spread across the table. I'm gonna go hard here.
Looks at it and says, well, I suppose I could broach some topics of conversation with you.
All right, dang. Do you know anything about the Four Winds?
Well, that's a bit of an out of the blue question.
A
Are you,
little, you know,
are you referring to the so-called band of Fae, or troop of sorts, that, well, I guess travels all across Thylea?
you'd say that, yes.
I mean, I only know what anybody would be able to tell you. That stories say that they are quite powerful individuals, and you should be very careful when you run into one of them. They try to keep their identities on the down low, not really using their titles unless, well, absolutely necessary. And, well, the Four Winds are more a moniker, really, than a specific set of individuals. Stories has that the original Four Winds started long, long ago, back when, well, sometime after the First War. I'm sorry. What brought this? Actually, no, I don't want to know. Um, does that answer your question?
Hmm. Probably, but I'm gonna slide. There is 75 gold across the table, so I'm at up to. So I'm at 150 plus the 10, so I'm what 60 minus. Oh yeah, I'm at minus 160. So I'm sliding 75 gold. Can you tell me what kind of Fae they are? No one was one just like me. Do you know what the other three were like?
Ah, I can tell you what I know. That it seems true to form. Their respective elements seem to match their looks, so to speak. But I can't
Hmm.
specifically tell you what type of Fae they are. I can tell you that, however it is they look like, will match the wind that they are. So, if you ever are out there and see a particularly odd looking satyr or nymph, the best good guess is that they might have something to do with them.
Okay, because
They are
recently we came.
they are an elusive bunch, as you would expect from those who are said stole artifacts from a temple of the five.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's good information. Good amount of information. Let's see. Let's see. Anything else? Anything else? I'm gonna slide 50 more gold across the table,
Okay.
so he can keep attention, not lose. Uh,
Now,
blah, 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 blah.
you are a very charitable individual. I'm certain there's lots of shelters out here in Stygian Row that would benefit a lot from your money, but I won't deny if it falls on my hands.
Of course, yeah. Look, he has the money. I don't think he'll be okay. He'll be fine. Um. Okay. Is it true that you believe that they have certain instruments? If so, do you know what kinds they are? If you have that information.
It was magical items that were stored in the Temple of the Five, so I assume they must be quite strong. As far as what type of instruments they are, well, there can only be so many instruments in the world. Harps, lyres, perhaps even a lute somewhere there. It's. I am, of course, not a pious one myself, so I don't particularly took it to visiting many temples of the five. As you can tell, I am, well, a tiefling, or a Stygian, if you want to use the local term. So, my people are not really exactly smiled upon when they approach the temples of any kind, really, except perhaps of the Lutherian variety. But I don't want to talk about that. That that one tiefling who's the current high priest scares me.
Mm, okay. Okay.
I
But
will say this, however. It is said that all of the instruments of the muse that were stolen from the temple have a, well, specific look to them. They say that they were crafted by the most finest of craftsmen in the land. So, perhaps one way of telling if that they are indeed these instruments you seek is by seeing how ornamented they are.
okay. Ah, maybe this was the right person to talk to about some information. Maybe next time I'll pass by, maybe we could talk more. You know, just shake my gold bag. Of course, still fully stacked.
Yes, of course. Next time, do make sure to bring enough for me and my brother. Well, we share everything, including our earnings.
Of course, but hey, look, he wasn't here. It was you. So maybe like guy talk to us. Maybe keep a little more than Just say talk to us a little bit.
Right, of course. But don't worry. I'm sure my brother, once I tell him about all of this, he'll appreciate the extra cash. I'm,
All right,
I'm certain it won't take him too long to return.
all right. Maybe maybe I'll walk back here a little bit, maybe to talk again.
Sure, of
I walk
course.
away, and I walk away. Thank you for the talk.
Uh,
Walk away.
so at this point, everybody can more or less is done talking with Varkon and or Nero. You guys kind of return over to the bar where Julius is kind of like staring at you guys, like, you know, seeing as you seem to be coming here on a almost regular basis. I don't suppose that means you enjoy the drinks, does it?
Well,
That's why
I
I ordered.
certainly do.
I ordered another one. That's why.
Right. Well,
Two are for me, not for him. Two for me, not for him.
right. Well, I suppose as long as you don't cause any trouble around here, I have no issue with all of this. Uh,
I'm also gonna pay him for the two drinks I ordered.
yeah. Not too much of anything really. Let me just double check this. Yeah,
That's $200.
that's like
So sad.
that's like that's like a couple of copper. Uh, like three
I'm gonna
copper
give him.
each.
I'm
Uh,
gonna give him. I'm gonna give him two silver pieces.
okay.
Very nice.
Damn.
All right. Well, I suppose that covers the tab for the night, for the day rather.
Welcome, guys.
Now, he kind of looks before he says anything else. You hear a couple of footsteps walk behind all of you. As you see the satyr, who usually would be playing the music for the tavern, kind of no longer playing music, just kind of looking at you guys and says, my friends, what are you doing? That's not how you get information. I may not look like it, but I pay very close attention to everything that is said and done here. You know, place is not named the Satyr's Tale for no reason. And Julius the Dragonborn says, well, actually, you're not the owner, Frickson. Uh, he, that comment's kind of hand waved as Frickson looks over at you guys and says, I know you've been running around asking questions about the Lady of Coins. And I gotta say, you kinda suck at it.
That's very fair.
My cat bit me.
In fact, I'm certain you noticed something quite strange happened when you were asking those questions.
Yeah, the other guy left. Was watching to the other side of the table.
Mm-hmm. Do you perhaps know why?
Probably work. I would guess that he probably be working with the lady.
Mm-hmm. And for what other reason would he leave and might be working for her, if not to let her know that you're all here and asking questions? What I'm trying
Yeah.
to say here is, go after him and get the fuck out of my tavern.
Bro, I was just drinking. What do you mean?
Julius does say, once again, it's my tavern. It might be called the Satyr's Tale, but you're not the owner, Frickson. And don't be kicking out my customers just like that. Julius looks over at you guys and says, look, Frickson here is a little bit rough around at the edges. But he's right. Neither him nor I want any trouble to be caused here. If one of those twins is really going to be snitching on you with a Lady of Coins, then that means something. If you guys stick around, something bad is going to happen.
By something bad, you mean, them
Well,
sending
I mean,
bugs?
Well,
I mean,
not sure what you were talking with Varkan about, but it's no secret that he works for the Lady of Coins, or in occasions works for her. Just one word and one bit of coin, he's going to be on your ass.
well,
Yeah. He wants
we
us
should
killed.
well, I guess that'll help. I don't know. We should probably head out.
Let's go after him.
Hell yeah.
Who's faster?
Me.
Speed check.
My
Athletics check. Let's
character's
go.
just kind of put her hands up, and she's gonna be like, I'm just trying to get drunk. I just got engaged. All I want is some alcohol.
Well, you picked one hell of a place to get your bachelorette party. So I'm going to just give you a couple of these on the house, and it's
All right, let's go. All right.
among our strongest
Thank
things.
you. She takes all of them to herself and doesn't share.
All right, drunk. All right, drunkie. Let's go.
Like, hey, if you really want to, to live it up, I guess there are a couple places out around here. Now, I fucking hate Ambrosia with a passion. Because she thinks she's so much superior to everybody else. Well, you could perhaps get yourself a bit of entertainment back at the Siren's Roost.
Superiority comes in the form of hospitality to me. So thank you for these drinks, and she's just gonna start putting them back.
Makes literally no sense to me, but whatever, lady.
Let's go, drunkie. Let's go. Metius, grab the other arm or leg, whatever. She's drunk.
I'm just sitting here drinking.
So do all of you guys go?
I'm dragging the drunkie.
Okay.
Metius too.
I'm just sitting here drinking.
All right. So, all right.
Hey, scene. Let's go. Athletics check. Let's go.
In that case, you guys fucking book it after Gregus.
Who's faster? Let's go. Athletics check.
Well,
My speed's
we'll be
30.
the athletics.
Oh yeah.
What
It's probably either me or Juno.
But what time is it?
It'd be a tie between Juno and myself that's fastest, but I'm sitting down drinking.
Oh,
But maybe you're too drunk, so you're at disadvantage.
so you not following the party, Alexandre?
Not right now. No, sorry. I got some stuff that came up, so I'm kind of listening, but I missed like almost everything that happened in the tavern. So
Got information about the winds.
Uh,
We called the Wind Waker.
and the Lady of Coins, but albeit to slightly.
I will follow behind with my 3 pints of ale.
You're at
I'll bring
disadvantage.
these back tomorrow.
At
Clean.
disadvantage.
All right. So you fucking run, a drink in hand, setting a perfect example to the citizens of Mitros.
No, I fly, okay? I don't want to bump into anybody.
They all
She's flying and drinking.
Drinking and flying. I don't think.
And if there were,
I don't think that's.
you might get some comments like around here where like, if there's any kids around, like when you are on the road, like running across the city, they might be like, wait, mom, was that one of the heroes? Yes, she was, sweetie. What was she holding in her hands?
Apple
It's
juice.
just milk, everybody. Super yummy milk that makes you grow strong and allows you to fly.
So you fucking book it after Greco's. With that, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll return for the for the rest of the session.
Turn to Keemstar. I'm
Alrighty.
This to pause.
turn to Key.
All right, we are back. So you guys exit the Satyr's Tale and begin to attempt to catch up to Greco's, one half of the Tiefling twins that seem to very obviously be working for the Lady of Coins. He went off a little bit ahead of you guys, so he has some distance on you guys. It's at this point that I'll ask everybody, what method are you choosing to use to tail him and find him and catch up with him? Or at the very least, to find where he's at so you can follow him.
I didn't get what you said. You kind of broke up in the beginning. Well,
I said I want to ask you all, what method, through what means are you trying to tail him and follow him?
Oh, sorry.
I'm just going to
Luke
look
had
around.
a cool idea where I could try to jump on top of one of the buildings and see if I can see any disturbances in any crowds or anything.
You definitely can. Roll me. Well, that's Juno. Is everybody else doing something similar, or?
Mike, Xandri would ask Porunga to turn her invisible so she could speed up flying through the air.
Okay.
And then should we have me and Derek not be invisible and have maybe, who should the other invisible be? Should we have actually probably PBJ be the other invisible one, right? Because you can only do it 2 at this time, right?
Yeah, I can twin it.
Okay.
You should twin it on Juno. Juno's gonna go parkour.
Yeah, I'm gonna be running on the ground with you guys, so I'm gonna do it on Juno and Exandria.
Is there any look, not really trash, but any way, you know what I'm trying to say, a way to tell if someone was trying to run a certain direction?
Well, because it is
I don't know, put it in words.
because it is in the morning time for Mitros.
Tracking?
Yeah, there's a bit of movement, so track is going to be a little bit difficult, at least through conventional means. There is, how should I put this? I guess the best way you can, like, the best thing you can give me right now is that I could ask for a perception check rather than a survival, because what you're looking at here is less trying to find tracks on otherwise like maybe busy city streets, and more so you're trying to
Let's go.
spot like the outlier, I guess. So it takes you the better part of a minute, or more than that actually, and you believe you see someone up ahead with a sort of like a similar coloration of cloak that Grecos had on. They seem to be heading away from your current location, uh, seemingly south.
Okay.
Wait,
Wait, so I saw the guy, right?
believe you see him.
Or the in the cloak.
You see like
I'll be like,
the cloak moving around, and there's kind of just like a little bit of his horns kind of peeking out through the cloak. You believe you see him. He's a decent distance away from you. Uh, so I guess I'll ask you guys. Once you like see him, do you point this out to the party?
yeah, I'll point, and I was like, I think he's over there, and I'll immediately start sprinting.
Okay.
I will send my familiar Luna, the bat, off in the direction that Drakgar pointed and attempt to follow him.
So I will ask. Is your intention to follow him being stealthy, or actually just like sprint for a pursuit?
Wait, is he like not moving at the moment, or is he
Moving.
running at the moment?
He's moving, but he's kind of like that sort of like movement speed in between, like a jog. Kind of like a sort of fast walking. So
The Assassin's Creed, like going through crowds kind of thing.
Well, I guess if I can catch up to him, I'll stealth.
I mean, you definitely can try to catch up to him, but he will definitely know you're coming if you try to like sprint to him.
I guess I'll stealth.
Can I take off after Metius is back? Because I am flying as well and invisible.
So should I roll a stealth check?
Yes, and this applies to everybody. If you guys are using this stealthily approach, then I'm gonna need everybody to make me a stealth check.
Fuck.
Those who are invisible can do so with advantage.
Oh, I was about to ask. I was like, I'm flying and invisible. Is that an advantage?
8, okay. And can I roll for my bat, or should
Double
I roll for my bat?
Your bat also does this at advantage because it is flying. So
No, it doesn't on the sheet of the bat. It does. Is it just a dex?
it's just dex. It would be your dex for them. Damn.
Can I re-roll mine?
What is up, y'all? What is going on?
We're panicking. We were just threatened.
I'm gonna use the magical
I'm
guidance.
drunk, flying,
You're drunk.
Drinking and flying.
I mean, you can.
drinking and flying.
I'll say there's no real point of using magical guidance because the average for all of you guys is like pretty bad. Like I'll say, even if he doesn't actually see, or hear the invisible ones among you, what happens here is that when you try to kind of like stealthily follow him through the crowd or the streets, at some point one of you is going to just fuck up, and especially you, Drakgar, because you're big, you're like a big individual. So like at some point you're kind of too focused on like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna follow this guy so good you don't even know.
Oh my god, we're so bad. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
I'm gonna tail him. I'm a detective here, and you're too focused on that you don't notice. You kind of walk into like this dude that was kind of moving like a wheelbarrow around with like a couple of boxes, and you kind of you kind of knock it over. The guy kind of falls. He doesn't hurt himself, but he, his kind of causes this loud noise that makes it so that Greco's kind of.
Are we actively trying to stop him?
With
yeah.
the advice that we were given by the patrons and the whatever was.
All
this
right,
person is
so
essentially going to go tell on us, and the consequences will be dire, likely,
what would be
violence.
my distance from him?
Uh,
Is he like he is a humanoid, right?
he is, but he had a good, like a decent head start on all of you. And also, you don't know this yet, but he seems to be very light on his feet. He seems to be pretty good at running away. Here's the thing though. Like, well, you, Alexander, may have an easier time going after him because, well, one, you're invisible. Two, you're flying. Everybody else who isn't invisible, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult for you guys to catch up. Here's what we're gonna do. Because this just hit the fan immediately, like quicker than I thought. So here's what we're gonna do.
Well, if he's within 60 feet of me, I could cast Hold Person.
He is not within 6 feet. So here's what we're gonna do.
Oh no.
I'm gonna need everybody to wait out. Well, obviously with the exception of those who are flying, who are chasing after him.
We're safe.
With the exception of those who are flying, I'm gonna need everybody to make me either an athletics or acrobatics because he is gonna try to lose you in the city streets. Greg,
Athletics or acrobatics?
see as he very quickly does like this swerve as he begins to go down like a different segment of
Let's
the
go.
place. Like with the intention of like losing completely trying to lose sight of you guys. You see as well for those of you who are flying, because it's not like you're not attempting to dodge any obstacles. Those of you who are flying, it'll be a perception check instead, because you're still trying to keep track of him as he's moving through the streets.
Doesn't Porunga have wings?
No, not until he's like level 15.
Sad. So he's just a Komodo dragon until he's an actual dragon. It's bad. I forget which one to roll, so I roll both.
Yes, for those who are flying, it'll be perception, because they're still trying to like keep an eye on it. So I'm gonna roll something in the background for Grecos.
That one.
I mean, you guys won't know until you see the recording, because apparently when I record the screen on the other end, it shows all the hidden rolls I'm doing. So
Oh, really? It doesn't.
funny.
I haven't even paid attention to that.
So anybody who watches the videos will see the things that I roll on the background.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't even notice that.
So
Actually, I wasn't even paying attention.
I want to roll some acrobatics for him, because he's trying to fucking outrun all of you. Where is his acrobatics? Good. Okay, so I'm gonna roll this in the background. Okay. So, Metius, Porunga, Derek, and Paul, did you know roll?
Mitch, did you roll?
I don't see
Yeah, I
it.
did.
I'll see you roll.
A stealth check? Yeah.
Oh no.
Because he, like, everybody failed the stealth.
Oh,
so he
sorry.
spotted
I
you.
missed
Your
that.
acrobatics to keep jumping across the buildings.
Yeah, it'll be acrobatics for you, because you're jumping across people trying to catch up to them.
Everyone's watching now. Watch me that one.
I got acrobatics 17th. I'm
Great.
athletics sucked. It takes me a while to get on top of a building, but once I could jump over buildings though.
Alright, so almost everybody immediately loses track of Grecos. Until, like, you see him kind of, well, Alexander, you manage to see as he kind of turns the corner, and you're looking down from above at your team who are like, well, where the fuck you go? But you see, hey, he's right there. And regardless of whether you were about to like shout out or not, Drakgar, from your perspective, when you see him turn the corner, he kind of goes around this kind of like wooden fence. But with your athletics, you just kind of like juggernaut style smash through the wooden fence.
Like Hulk from what's that Avengers movie
Well,
with Loki?
well, kinda. You can like smash through the wooden wall, and you are on his ass. Not really. He's still quite a fair distance away from you. But both through Drakgar causing that opening for people, as well as Alexander like spotting him, and if you call out his position to the rest of your team, the rest of you will be able to catch up. That is the first round of checks. That is the first round of checks. You see him.
So he's still beyond 60 feet away, though.
He's still just a little bit beyond 60 feet. Because again, even though you are flying, this is more of a matter of you actually being able to see him. Like spotting him in the street. Also, you don't want to accidentally, send out the spell and you hit a civilian.
Oh, but I got a 24 for my perception. That wasn't high enough.
Yeah, like I said, again, you see him, you're catching up to him. But this is the first round of checks. Next round. Everybody, once again, roll me your athletics, acrobatics, or perception for those that are flying.
Come on, give me some good. Let's go.
Bat. What do I roll for perception? For just the bat wisdom?
For your bat would be wisdom.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Does your bat not have a perception bar?
It doesn't
on
have
it?
anything like that.
Oh,
Bats blind. Only here.
poor batty.
So
Bats definitely can see.
here's what happens.
Like a location.
So here's what happens. You guys all, for the most part, do a somewhat okay job at catching up. At some point, you actually begin to run through the docks segment. By this point, he's definitely going somewhere, and there's only so many ways he can go to in the docks because they're docks. They end in water one way or another. So you believe you're about to corner him, and then you see as he kind of does this weird fucking like Cirque du Soleil style like jump through like a window of a building, and by the time you were expecting him to come out the other end, he disappears. You still hear the movement, and again from the sound of it, it's like there was like he exited out one of the other doors. But by the time he does so, he kind of threw you guys for a loop good enough that he seems to disappear. However,
Nice.
you, like I said, there's only so many ways you can go here. You believe you corner him in this particular, or well, maybe not corner him, but you believe you've reached a point where it would be easier to track him down now. While, at first glance, Greco seems to have disappeared. You are going to, well, you can all now begin to do survival checks as you wish to track him down.
Right.
Survival checks.
Because now,
Wait, so we're in a hallway now, right?
well, no, you are still out there in the open, but you're now because there's only so many places he can go, because you kind of reach the docks area. Now you're in more of a position where it will be far more feasible to track him. I'd say survival, but really, it'll be up to you guys how you would further narrow the search.
So we're rolling survival, or is there another different roll that we could do?
No. I say survival, but I said it a little bit too early. Basically, what I'm trying to say here is, you are now in a position where, though he seems to have disappeared, it might be easier for you guys to like track him down in a more conventional manner than just tail him.
Okay, gotcha.
It's kind of like how do I say this? Now you
I would do an aerial sweep of the
Yes.
docks with Mateus's bat,
correct.
seeing if Mateus will like use his bat's echolocation, and I will be also surveying, see like if there's any doors that look like that are ajar or windows that might be open, locations that someone could run in and hide, barrels, stuff like that.
All right.
If I'm allowed to make another, like hearing perception check, I will.
He's gonna go in there, bust some doors down with Drakgar.
This will be more of a visual perception check, because,
Okay.
well, again, he seems to have disappeared.
It's bad, really bad. Just bust down doors, not caring what's on the other side.
Yep.
Guys, my eyes aren't working. Nat one.
Porunga's got sweat in his eyes. He's rubbing them.
My eyes hurt.
He's like,
Go,
I'm not
cat.
used to running in the morning, guys.
I'm out of breath. I'm dying.
You're a Komodo dragon. You can barely run. It's okay.
Oh wow. So here's what ends up happening. For a moment, it does seem like that Greco's the trail went cold, until you actually begin to narrow down, whether it be through looking around, through finding possible like indications that hey, somebody like knocked things over or like went in a rush through this area. You eventually manage to, you believe, track him down, or at least the figure that seems to be donning the cloak that you know belongs to Greco's. But you managed to see him move to a location that you perhaps did not expect. From his body language and the way that he's no longer running, he seems to fully believe that he has lost you guys. And by the time he comes to a more calm step, I guess, he seems to be heading to the base of a very large structure. In fact, it is a structure that some of you are already familiar with. You
Ooh.
see that the figure that you believe to be Greco's, I mean, well, that you're very certain is, Greco's, seems to be heading off to the base of one of the legs of the Colossus of Pythor.
Oh.
The gigantic statue that is in the docks of Astoria. I
Go.
mean Mitros. My bad. I didn't say story. I said story accidentally, but Mitros. Yes, the Colossus of Mitros. The imagery of Pythor that seems to be guarding, I guess, quote unquote, the docks of Mitros. Let me make it so that the recording screen is actually looks at this. There we go. So you see him kind of like head to the right leg of the statue. The base of the right leg is kind of surrounded on both sides by this other smaller, sort of like marble-looking statues that look like young soldiers with spears in hand. And you see him knock on the side of the leg of the statue, the bigger one, not the smaller marble ones. And knocks one time, two times, three times, and says something. And as he says that, this
What did he say?
well, because I'm gonna ask for one final perception check to hear what he says.
And this whole time he's still too far away to use hold person, right?
He would basically just be at the range here. But, well, it's up to you whether you do that or, or allow him to say whatever it is he said to the statue. Because basically, the moment the door begins,
Oh, there. Okay.
basically the moment the door begins to open, he will. No, it's not even plot armor. It's that, well, it's me throwing you a bone because, hey, if you hold person, then he's obviously not gonna be able to lead you here.
Is it a perception check from anybody, or just one like total for the party?
No, well, this is.
I was trying to hear what he said after his 3 knocks. Because I'm like
That's
flying
that,
up
that
in
is
the air.
that is what the perception is to hear what he says. I mean, I will say, like, he is basically now at range because he believes he lost you, so he starts walking a little bit slower, which allows you to catch up. I mean, like, if you want to cast it now will be a time.
So,
I'm at the deploy for a second. I'll be back.
All right.
did I hear
Okay.
him say the word though?
Yes. With that perception check, you hear him say a singular word.
What was that?
You hear him say a singular word, which is Adonis.
Adonis. Okay.
Adonis?
Correct. And as he says that word, that the door like slides. Well, it didn't really seem that there was a door. It's kind of just seemed like part of.
I cast whole person.
Okay.
Hey, hey, hey! That's not cool, guys.
All right.
Still a good guy. Come on. Good guy, by the way. Remember, good guy.
All right. So you cast hold person, and just right the moment the door kind of opens, he
I cast it at 3rd level though.
yeah,
So as soon as I see someone opening up the door, they get it too.
to your surprise, it doesn't seem that somebody else opened the door. Like I was trying to say that it didn't seem like there was a door to open. Rather, it seemed like a segment of the foot of the statue kind of sinks in and then slides over to the side, making like this opening where it seems like there's some room inside the statue.
Oh. Well, then if I didn't see a 2nd person, it'd just be at normal level.
You see as Greco's, like, the moment he tries to cross the threshold of the of the door, his body immediately like tenses up and he stops. Actually, yes, I believe I can just move you to this next map. Well, only momentarily because you might be getting somewhere else immediately after that. Here's the Colossus.
I sent a message to my brother. I have him frozen. Hurry and grab him.
And immediately start running. And then I grab him. And I'll put my hand over his mouth so he can't scream or anything.
You guys will be coming in like around this area. Oh shit! I accidentally didn't do that. We'll check that. Here we go.
I wanna I want
Uh,
to ask him why the hell did he put my friend's name in his mouth?
I'm in the back over here trying to catch up because I'm dying.
Yes.
All I see is a giant face. Where are we?
Around. I ping here, right here.
Oh, it's just such a large map. I gotta zoom out.
I mean, yeah.
that's
By his toes? His toes? Got it.
Yeah.
It's actually really cool looking though.
Let me
Bro, like how small freaking that is compared to it.
Crazy like sense of scale.
zoom out in the recording screen so the audience can see just the size of this fucking thing.
Holy massive.
All right, so I forgot to place the Greco's down here. Where's Greco's? Right here. He's currently fucking paralyzed. As he's standing, like he was basically like in between these two like statues that are flanking the the base of the foot of the Colossus. There is, you can tell he's trying his hardest to like break out of the paralyzing effect, but he just can't quite make it. And then eventually the fucking door just kind of seems to close back up on its own. And then you can like catch up Drakgar and either restrain him or knock him to the ground. So what do you do now?
I'm
wanna
just
go-
maintaining my hold person on him.
I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna slap him real quick. Why the
Why are
hell
you
did you say
slapping him?
Adon? I'm asking how. Why the hell are you talking about saying Adonis's name? That's why.
He can't talk because he's under the paralyzing effects. Also, I realized I
Damn it.
forgot to place down the
I'm
fucking.
gonna slap him again. If he's still paralyzed, it won't hurt. I'm gonna slap him again.
I mean,
Why?
the complete opposite of that because
I don't think that's how it works.
yeah,
That's not how that
Look,
works.
look, he's still paralyzed. Okay.
yeah, the complete opposite of that because when you're paralyzed, you can't roll with the punches, so you just have to take it. So
Bad. Too bad. How dare he say my friend's name in his mouth?
Oh my god.
oh shit, actually,
My friend, not yours, buddy. Sorry.
Zandri visibly, very big and well known, rolls her eyes.
Like, whatever.
so
Still.
you kind of like look at him, and he again until you. It'll last for like a minute, right? The whole person.
For up to 1 minute, yes.
Am I able to assist Drakgar in holding this person?
I mean, you can try.
You're stuck.
I mean, well, because he's paralyzed, he automatically fails any attempt to get out of the grapple. It is on, and I assume all of you guys are basically converging on him at this point, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
I hope so.
So,
Beat him with your stick.
so basically, what will happen is that the moment, though paralyzed, his eyes can still move, so he's kind of looking around and sees you guys like coming up on him, and he kind of looks over at you guys, and once the whole person disappears, he doesn't. There's that sort of like jerk in his motions, where it's kind of like the that instant where he was trying to move like before he got paralyzed, just kind of reeling back as the paralyzing effect ends. But he is then after that sort of like quick motion, he kind of just looks around and doesn't really fight the restraining attempt. He seems to like kind of put his hands up, I guess, to indicate, no harming motion, I guess.
I'm gonna take up my knife of quickness just in case.
Uh,
I'm gonna.
Guys, you should probably be tying him up so we can relocate from this area.
I'll give it to you.
You know,
You have a way of being quite persistent, if anything.
This fuck boy.
We don't want to see someone coming out of the statue.
yeah, yeah, well, yeah. I'll basically keep him restrained. We should just move him away.
Sausage, talk to your dad about this statue.
So we tie him up.
I mean, you could tie him up, or I can just grab him.
Grab him.
Definitely bind his hands and feet. We don't know what other kind of
Yeah.
magic he can cast.
Grab
Do
him.
I
Yeah.
know
Grab
of an effective way to prevent him from casting magic?
I mean,
Being a wizard?
you don't know if he can cast magic. Like, I guess the most you would be able to know. Roll me a history check, Metius.
Tieflings. Ghosting. 20, finally. You know how to read books, nice.
You would know that tieflings, or Stygians, as they're sometimes called in Mitros, do possess some degree of innate spellcasting. That is unlike that of like a wizard. It's just kind of like a thing that comes with their moral race, I guess you could say.
Right.
That they are able to perform with very little in the way of components. You're not quite sure what type of spellcasting he may possess, if any. But I suppose the best you can do to prevent that from happening is if maybe binding his hands in such a way he can't easily move them, therefore at the very least nullifying somatic components.
Okay, then I will attempt to do that.
Using part of Drakgar's own rope, you kind of begin to wrap it around both his hands, so they're both kind of clasped together, with unable to fully freely move them on his own. That was not necessary, friend. I wasn't going to attempt to escape so foolishly.
I'm sorry about this, but no half measures.
What about finger traps? Can you put finger traps on his fingers?
Huh?
Finger traps. You know the little things that remember at the carnivals you put like the was it paper things? Finger
Have you
traps.
been to many
Guys,
carnivals,
just
Derek?
blindfold her. Most of our spells you have to see anyways.
Look,
That's a really good point.
he uses hands, finger traps, trap the fingers.
Just put a
Anyways.
blindfold on them and let's just go.
Let's move them. Yeah, I'll just pick
Okay.
them up and we'll move
Guys,
them.
take quite a bit of time. I'm about to lose hold on.
I mean,
Did you finish your drinks already?
so how far away would you move him from the statue?
Bro, I wanna hang him up upside down near the water. Little
We're
mist.
literally
Bruh.
good people, Pumo. Jesus.
Probably.
Let's just take him to a faraway dock. Still in the
Yeah.
same location, but out of
Over
the eyes
here.
of people.
Yeah, like over. I can't.
All right, I
What
can
about the scrap?
Like over here, maybe.
hold you up together and then move you all the way towards the top left corner of the map. Over there. Oh shit! I see toss Metius into the water.
It's okay. He can swim.
Yes, thankfully.
So you far away from the statue towards one of the docks nearby. You do catch a couple of looks from some, like dog workers or any other, person might be around this at this time. But they, they stick to the age-old rule of I didn't see anything.
If he sleeps with the fishes, they won't say a thing. Got it.
So you drag Grecos all the way here. I would say, whole person is long disappeared.
Got it. Now I ask him, why the hell did you say Adonis's name?
I don't know what you're saying, friend.
I heard,
The Dragonlords are a very influential group of individuals. Anybody would know their names and speak them often.
says the one who said the name, and then the door opens automatically. Hmm.
Coincidence. You see, Adonis Nurdicon is a personal hero of mine, somebody who managed to be remembered not by his prowess in battle, but by his charm and wit and friendships with the people around him.
If you admire him so much, back in the days, it should be very easy for everybody to know how much woman would he pull in a day.
Ah, well. What point is counting numbers when all that matters is that he in fact did? Listen, friends. I wasn't doing anything. You all are You got the wrong guy. I'm not sure what to tell you.
Sure. And as soon as my buddy started talking to a guy, you apparently just, let me just take a nice quick run all the way back to the statue.
I mean,
Hmm.
Um,
I have to keep in shape. I have a morning jog I need to get to. My brother doesn't quite understand that. He thinks this physique comes natural to one such as myself.
What time is it, guys?
as we started talking, I'm gonna cast Zone of Truth.
Okay. Well, actually, I assume you would have landed in that case by this point.
What was that?
I assume you would have landed in that case.
Yeah. Wait, I have to be touching the ground to cast Zone of Truth?
Well,
It says 60 feet.
well, no, it's Son of Truth. It's a 15-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll obviously come out of the air because I'm not invisible anymore. So I'll be sitting on a crate nearby.
All right. So I'm gonna need everybody to make me charisma save because this does not discriminate between friend or foe.
I'm at. I
Can
have
I
to be telling.
Can I purposefully fail it?
Yeah, you can. You can choose a perfectly.
I don't
So-
want to
Purposely fail too.
So if I fail it, I have to tell the truth now.
Yes.
Dang it!
Whole truth, nothing.
God damn it! Wisdom save, right? Where's wisdom save?
I'll do anyways, but I'm not gonna.
Shit! I have to tell the truth now. God damn it! All right, time to do some RP right here then.
So you cast.
Oh yes, my fucking spell DC is 15.
So your Son of Truth goes off. By the way, the way the spell works is that you know who fails and who succeeds. So you know which one of your allies may have succeeded against the effect or or failed.
She purposely made sure I failed it.
You
What Exandri's purpose is now more focused on Derek than the actual guy we captured.
so
Pretty much.
so this man, he kind of you have to let me know when you start doing things like that.
I don't know, man. I like being tied up too. Wait, what? I didn't say that.
Oh
hell?
my cringe.
What the hell just
I
happened?
wasn't ready.
Yes, it's a charisma save.
Christmas save.
Yeah.
Connected.
What is your charisma save modifier?
Hold on, let me double check. Wait, Christmas save.
Listen, I was so gonna walk up to.
I still failed anyway.
Well, no,
fine.
because you
So
rolled
I went
you
through.
rolled a 13 on the save, but your charisma save a +6, meaning that you actually rolled a 19 on the original roll, meaning you succeeded.
I just made an actual slip up. Fuck. Rick made an actual slip up.
Well, so
So
I was
sad.
going to walk kind of over to Grecos, and I'm gonna be like, "Listen, I don't know whether or not for sure that the hideout in which you just mysteriously opened up a door using Adonis's name and a series of knocks leads to the Lady of Coin or not. We do not wish her harm. We're truth seekers. We are just trying to figure out puzzle pieces, gaps of information that are missing. We believe she can provide some of this information for us."
He kind of seems to stay quiet for a bit. You can tell he's trying his hardest not to slip up, so to speak. Well, what if I tell you might have a chance to talk to her?
Well, that would be preferable as long as there is a prior understanding that it's a meeting of peace and not one of bloodshed or fighting or stone turning.
That is not for me to decide. The lady does what the lady does.
Understood. As a lot of people do that. If it might help, Cassie just lost her train of thought. We are curious about something that happened in the past. Answers that might help us locate someone. But on top of that, we just want to understand why the Lady of Coins does what she does. Like, we just want to understand it. Why she takes from the wealthy and gives to the poor. I have quite often used my own coin purse to fill the bellies of those less fortunate and have set up trade systems so they may continue to eat. I have myself used my own money to help pay people to patch up houses and have paid people to help provide caregiving necessities to those in need. So it is not something too far from the beliefs and that I myself follow. Although I use my own coin that I procure on my own, but I still care for those who are less fortunate.
You speak a lot of words.
She does really, bro.
I'll tell you this. The lady works in mysterious ways. I am loyal to her. I do
Next
what
Which
up,
is good.
boys.
I do what she tells me to do. And life is good for the most part. I don't know what she does with the people, but I know what she does for them. She protects those who stay in line, and those who don't pay dearly for it.
Mm.
She has on multiple occasions taken Minotaurs away from the Minotaur market, and they're all very loyal to her, just like me.
That's another thing we wish to bring up with her,
No, get over here.
as we also don't stand for the Minotaur market. As you can see, our friend here, she'll like gesture over towards Juno.
Beat some ass.
Then
Matt will look
We
at you as well.
Beat
we
him up. Beat him up right now, Juno.
wish to find a solution to the Minotaur market.
Eradicate.
But it might be out of our hands at the moment unless we could find a solution with people who have been present in the city long that have more authority.
I don't fully understand, but maybe she will.
You just he's trying to be very careful with his words, so he's speaking in a really paused sort of like manner. You just need to, well, meet her. In fact, I'm very certain she wants to meet you.
Juno, punch the leg.
A face-to-face meeting
that-
or a proxy meeting?
Face to face.
Okay.
I was
Hmm.
on my way to talk to her actually. Right there.
Kind of points at the Colossus.
What?
Well, not actually. He seems to point in general the Colossus, but then you see his finger kind of go up and up and up until he seems to be pointing at the head of the Colossus.
I didn't know Pythor's head was empty. Oh.
Shut up.
I push Derek into the water.
I make the remark.
I assist and give you.
That was a
Hey,
remark
Derek,
work
you need to
that.
cool off.
Make me an athletics check against Derek's acrobatics.
Can I give her
Are you
advantage by helping?
Acrobatics, got it. I'm gonna do acrobatics check. Don't worry. Got this.
Damn! Even with advantage,
Nah.
it didn't even matter.
Fuck.
No, it didn't.
No way, you guys suck.
Yeah,
Ain't no way.
didn't even matter. So you
That's suck.
kinda like begin to push Derek, but he manages to keep his footing, like on the dock. Grecos says, "Well, you do you, I suppose. Can you drop this? Can you drop this thing you have going on? I
Wait. Hold.
feel myself, beginning to develop something due to the stress."
Hold up, guys. Hold up. Before you drop it, I want to ask one more question. One more question. So I'm talking to Grecos. I talked to your sibling in the bar, which gave him a nice hefty, commission to talk. Since I got you here, mind telling us any information about the Four Winds that I probably haven't heard from your sibling?
Ah, I'm not sure if I can tell you more than he already may have.
Anything about? I'm asking him about instruments. Do you have any more? How they look like? What kind they are?
They could be harps, could be lyres, could be lutes. My brother and I have never been pious once, so we basically never frequented the temples of the five in the land. Not for lack of trying, though. They, they had some fancy, things to be taken. Hey, man's gotta make a living somehow, right?
Yes. Weird because we actually met with Boris, and if it looks right here, I have the harp. So I'm pretty sure it's not that hard to look for them.
So you do. Good one. I mean it.
Mine, you can't touch it. Mine.
I definitely
But
want to take it off your hands, but I know better.
would you at least know what, even though they are, it's very weird because the winter one, why would the winter wind be here near the city? You think it doesn't read the
I literally do not know.
I could try to phrase it better, but wouldn't know any locations where they would be at as of right now. Any whispers,
They wouldn't
maybe
be
things.
they wouldn't be as enigmatic as they are if I knew. I'm certain anyone is bound to come across them if they travel Thylea long enough.
All right, drop it. but keep him tied up. Find water real quick.
So unless anybody is gonna ask him anything more, do you drop some truth, Alexander?
Let me see here.
Harp still needs work on though. It's a little. Those strings are a little off a bit.
The last thing we're a little curious is
Oh, never mind.
maybe may I ask what god you follow?
Well, her power, her influence, her presence. She has done so much good for my brother and I that we had to repay the favor. So we have both sworn to serve her. Not through an oath, mind you. We don't do
The Lady of Dreams?
what?
Is he talking about the Lady of Dreams?
No, you just ask.
Oh.
You ask him about the Lady of Coins.
Yeah, I asked him what god he served. Keep going, sorry.
Oh, I thought you asked about the Lady of Coins.
That was gonna be my next question, but we'll just flip the questions around.
Because the only thing I heard from your question was why do you what got you to serve her? That's everything I got from the question. That's what I heard from the question. Unless I'm
No, you're good.
Keep in mind, remember, Lady of Coins different from Lady of Dreams. That's just another title for Lutheria, the Lady of Dreams.
I know.
So yeah, no, basically it says that the thing that got him to start serving under the Lady of Coins was basically because she's done good for him and his brother. And
So, in your eyes, she is a decent person.
kinda does a weird sort of like smile when he says, "No one is fully decent."
Well, decent enough to continue to work with.
He stays quiet.
Okay, got my answer there. Okay,
Bad guy. Killer. Kill
what
must die.
what god do you guys follow?
Gods? The gods never put food on our table. The gods never gave us anything. I'll ask you this. If the gods truly did care about me and my brother, would they have let us rot away in the confines of Stygian Rome? Would they have let our parents die like sick dogs on the streets? No, we don't serve no god, no titan, and certainly we don't serve no king.
Okay, they're not the causes. That's good.
I really like that answer. All right, I do apologize for the spell, and then I'll drop it.
I think he's also saying your dad's a bad guy and your aunt's a bad guy.
Well, my dad didn't help him, so why would I be mad at him for stating that?
I don't know. Just saying.
My dad's a good person, even though he didn't help you. She ain't like that. What are you talking about?
Finally, that's over. Now I can speak a little bit more freely. Alright. Now, is everything cleared out? Can you get me out of this bindings?
I mean, yeah, if everybody's cool with going and meeting the Lady of Coins.
Of course.
Yeah. So he's gonna escort us there. Or it sounds like.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Put him on a leash, guys. Put him on a leash.
You basically already know how to get in. So,
Yes.
what happens inside, however, is not up for me to decide. Now, what the Lady of Coins does want to potentially meet you, I can't speak on behalf of everybody else who serves under her. They are honor bound to protect her at all costs. So if they believe you to be any threat to her, they will most definitely make sure that threat does not come to pass, no matter how much you yell at them. I mean, after all, a lot of people are eager to prove themselves to her. And do you imagine the bragging rights that will come with saying that you were the one to take down the so-called heroes of the Heartlands?
Guys, I say we take him as prisoner.
So are you?
Hostage as we
Did
walk
he
in.
pretty much just state that people inside the statue want to take
like
down the
us.
heroes because of the bragging rights?
Well, he didn't. He may have used the word stakeout, but you're not sure if he meant that by killing or just defeating. Now, I don't.
I'm going to sigh and I'm going to be like, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Truly, we just want the city to be better. We've already, in our own way, started to try and make it better, even without the Rotten King's approval.
I've heard this speech many times before. I wonder if the Lady of Coins will believe it. Now,
I mean, you could just go look at the Church of Lutheria. You need a little bit proof. It's currently closed.
kind of raises an eyebrow at you and says, "Closed? What are you talking about?"
How we are trying to impact the city in a positive note. The Church of Lutheria had kidnapped 20 or so people from Sturgeon Row. We got to them just in time before they were sacrificed in some ritual and helped rescue them.
Ah, I see. So that was you all. All right. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that though you did in fact got rid of some bad apples, the cult is still going. They're not going to be ceasing operations anytime soon. Although I don't think they're going to be, well, kidnapping people anymore. But they're still believers of the cult of Lutheria around the city, everywhere really. So, well, how does the saying go? You cut down one head of the Hydra, and two more will come out.
Well, good thing we're persistent and good at chopping off Hydra heads.
Well, now he kind of begins to stand up. Please, do try the best to contain yourselves and not stab me in the back when I begin to walk over there. He kind of gestures to the statue.
I'll hold Derek back.
We
Wait,
will
hold up.
walk behind you, and as a matter of fact, here. And I'll reach out and I'll cast Sanctuary on him just so he feels a little bit safer.
Hold up. So we don't have him tied up at all, like a little leash
No.
dog.
Untie him.
All right.
Okay.
Let's make sure that we get this on the road, huh? Now, as you heard me say before, yes, there is a trick to entering the statue. It is a trick that all of us in the group that serves the Lady of Coins know. You just knock a few times, say the magic word, and well, you'll be set.
May I ask what made you guys choose Adonis as your magic word?
We didn't choose it. It was already like that from the beginning. People were using the word since long before I joined up.
I look at Derek.
Oh, you know,
Look. These statues weren't built.
you know,
When I was,
there were rumors and stories back in the day about how Pythor and Adonis had a very close relationship.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm looking at these two. I'm laughing so hard. Oh my god, Adonis. Oh god, what did you do, dude? What the?
They're all
Is it surprising to you?
one one
This is
doesn't
funny.
one doesn't become known as the Oathsworn of Pythor without having some degree of connection to him.
Aha! So Dragonlords do run in the family somehow, some way, huh?
Oh my god.
Now, shall we?
That never leaves.
Grecos kind of begins to walk over to the foot of the statue, and same song and dance. Kind of knocks 3 times slowly, and then says the word Adonis. Oh, I need to. Well, I don't know if I should really be moving y'all because I'm just gonna move you to a different map anyway. But he says the word, and then eventually the door slides open. He looks inside, and you see there's this spiral staircase. Kind of seems to go up the leg of the Colossus Pythor and towards well, you're not exactly sure to where, but it is a long climb. I will say you do notice alongside the interior of the statue, there's a lot of this what I can only really describe as bronze inlays that are kind of akin to circuitry. There's this almost like piping of sorts that seems to produce steam on certain segments. Almost as if there's some form of machinery involved in the inside of the Colossus.
Is it at all reminiscent of the contraptions we found in that like labyrinth?
Wait, which ones?
Like in the labyrinth, there was the elevator, and then there was also that like spiked wall that had all that machinery
It
behind
does
it. Is
kind
it
of.
reminiscent of that?
It is kind of reminiscent of that, except to a more. Whereas the labyrinth and the elevator, they were more like a small scale type of thing.
Okay.
The size of sort of like the weird, almost circuitry like inlaid and the piping seem to indicate there's a bigger mechanism involved in all of this that you're not currently seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys will eventually go up. As I will move you to the next map. As you begin to go up, you do hear Grecos kind of begin to say, you know, you should be thankful that you decided against, killing me. If you were not to have me around to say the magic word, those statues next to the foot would have skewered you in an instant.
Our group is not in the business of killing people.
Well, I mean, one has to be quite sure. You know, even those in positions of great power can sometimes bring themselves to the lowest of lows. So one has to be extra sure who they put their trust in. And I just realized nobody can see anything, right?
Nope. I see only darkness.
Yeah.
Darkness fascinates me. All that I see, absolute horror. So here's what we're gonna do.
I see only.
So general party token. Make sure. Okay. I'm gonna give this the dynamic lighting vision range, so you guys can actually see. Oh, there we go. And you can see that. No, you cannot, because my
Nope.
internet is fucking up. Hold on. One moment. So I save this as the selected token. For some reason, my whole Roll20 is not cooperating with me. There we go. Can you guys see that now?
Yeah, I see a statue. Why am I always zoomed in on his nose? What the fuck?
All right, so I'm gonna use.
Also looks like there's a.
I'm gonna use the little party marker that I have. That is the D&D symbol.
Hit his ankles.
To indicate where you guys are currently in the statue. So you would be going up, basically throughout the entirely up the leg, up to the hips until you begin to reach what would be, I guess, the stomach area of sorts, or maybe somewhere around the guts. You will, the more you go up, the more you notice the sort of like piping like machinery, and the sound of like steam being constantly let out. You see that at some point the spiraling staircase seems to go and open up into a more bright looking room. You see that there's some form of a perhaps candle, perhaps lantern or torchlight illuminating the upper segment of the staircase. The closer you get, the more easier it is for those of you without dark vision to, you know, actually see. You will notice as there appears to be a mixture of smells that are being picked up through your nostrils, ranging from anything from like sort of like more metallic like smells to, strangely enough, more kind of like sweet, almost vapors of sorts. You're not quite sure what's the meaning of that. But the further up you go, the more you begin to pick up on those smells, and the more you begin to hear, interlaced with the kind of like sound of steam being let out. You begin to hear voices. Four of them at least. All of them sounding like pretty gruff, to various different, extents. Around three of them sound like very low in pitch, as if they're coming from a bigger uh, individual. As I will show you guys. There we go. Pow. Can you guys see yourselves in the lower right segment of the map?
Yep.
You walk into a room that appears to have a lot of this, of this interconnected sort of like pipes that kind of seem to have no real structure to them. They seem to be interlaced with each other, almost as if they're tangling up, with each other. There appears to be just like this mess of valves and pipes going around the entire room. The moment you start coming up, Greco's kind of announces, I guess, your presence to the other people in the room and says, all right, everyone, before you say anything, I brought along some guests. Treat them kindly. Well, I guess not really guests, but tag-alongs, I guess. They might be a little bit on the weirder side, but please do, well, be yourselves around them, I guess. And as you guys begin coming up on the stairs, like one by one, you begin to notice that in this room there appears to be a human and three more other individuals that are very clearly Minotaurs. They kind of look over in your direction, and one of the Minotaurs kind of seems to be eyeing you guys up and down. One of the Minotaurs picks up and says, "Say, Have I seen you all anywhere else before?
Oh, possibly. Does he look familiar to us?
Yeah, is he recognizable?
Not at all. He was not familiar to you guys at all.
Shake my head no.
Mhm.
Have we rescued specifically any minotaurs? We've only rescued centaurs so far, correct?
Yes, you only sent the rescued centaurs.
Okay.
The Minotaur that was in the labyrinth, though, that we like released him and his
Oh,
people from
Graxus?
bondage. Yeah,
Draxus.
was it a Minotaur?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the Minotaur?
Yeah, it's possible, that he got a little bit of word out.
That same Minotaur who said that kind of looks over at the other ones, and they kind of begin to whisper among themselves. The human in the room looks over at you guys and says, "So I take it you're new recruits then?"
Something like that.
Hmm. And from which ditch did the Grecos picked you up from? Usually he doesn't bring in strays.
I look at Grecos.
I was being drowned by some water.
Well, we met along the Stygian Row.
Did you now? Because some of you are you're looking a little bit too fancy to be from Stygian Row.
Where we met.
My bad. I pull my cloak a little bit closer around my silky dress.
What were you all doing over there? If you don't mind me asking, that is.
We often help people over there. We just recently helped rescue 20 or more. My brain keeps going blank. We just helped rescue 20 or more folk from Sturgeon Row who were recently captured by the Church of Lutheria. We've helped fund them with some food. We've sent some funding to help patch up a couple of the places after the storm. And we met Grecos in a bar over there.
One of the Minotaurs says, "It almost sounds like you've been doing the guards' work for them. You're not the guards, are you?"
No, sadly,
Nope.
the guards always show up a day late.
They all seem to kind of try to add up something in their minds, but it doesn't quite get there. The human says, "All right, so you're here to talk to the lady, but you're not new recruits?"
We don't really know the answer to that question. We do have some questions
Well,
for.
I'll tell you something, lady. You better know fast, because right now,
We were under the impression that we were expected.
You're walking through her turf, and well, if you'd seen it, it's kind of a would be a very shitty thing to do to snitch on us, on the people outside over there.
Oh, we're not going to tell anybody about your guys' location. And we're not here to cause any harm, truly. We're just here to ask a couple questions.
They kind of look at each other, and one of the Minotaurs finally snaps his fingers and says, "Wait a moment. Now I figure it out. You're them people that everybody keeps talking about out there. The ones that drove away the clouds, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dawnbringers? truth seekers.
Oh God.
Like
Go buy a couple there.
they kind of eye each other up, and you see as Greco says, "Well, wonderful meeting. We all know each other. And now I think it's time I go up ahead and make sure to let the lady know everybody's coming. I will. It shouldn't take too long. I'll be on my way." And he kind of begins to walk across the room, but then the other Minotaurs and the the other human kind of look over in your direction. Their eyes narrowing, almost zeroing in on all of you. You see one of the Minotaurs say, "You know, the word out there is that, well, the lady has been looking for you guys. And, well, me and the other boys have been talking about getting some pay bonus. So, how do you say you drop all your weapons and we'll take you to her directly?"
Juno,
With all due
step up, bro.
respect,
No wait.
none of us use weapons. No, just joking. Literally.
One dude.
Well, they do see. Well, they see you with a bow. They see, they see Metius with a staff. They see Juno with a staff. They see Derek with swords. They see Drakgar with an axe. You know, so you guys do have some weapons on you. It's just they don't know that some of you don't really need them.
I look at our weapons. Don't you think it would be foolish for us to attack you in a place that is filled with your own members and allies?
They kind of look over at at Drakgar, who stepped up in front of everybody, and they look at him. He's a pretty bulky dude, pretty buff guy, with big weapons. And then they look back at you, and the human says, "Well, I don't know. Stories, if you are those that my friends here just said you were, stories do say that you tend to do some reckless things out there."
Reckless? May I ask, like what?
Well, there's a rumor that came from a story about you guys going out of your way to tame a cyclops or something.
Oh, Sid? We love Sid.
He's our bestie.
Oh, he's so friendly.
They will kind of look at each other almost as if like, "Oh, yeah, this confirms it."
We also made friends with Draxus and set him free,
Who?
and Cylon.
They're all like, who the fuck are you talking about? All right. Here's what's gonna happen. They kind of side-eye Grecos, who's still on his way out of the room. He's going up the other stairs at the opposite side of the room. They say, "We're gonna let you pass, but the moment you try anything out of line, that's lights out for all of you."
Certainly.
No
That's
worries.
good.
Truly, I don't want to fight at all. Like, at all.
Yeah. Not for a second.
It's definitely not our plan in the slightest bit. We truly just have some questions. We just want some insight. We like to just know every part of the puzzle. We don't like to just hear one person's side. We like to just know every side.
Roll me a persuasion check.
God damn it! I'm being so truthful.
But look at this from their perspective. They are.
Can I get an advantage because Matteo said?
Uh,
What am I rolling?
I mean, I believe you already have advantage because you're a siren. You have like permanent advantage
yeah.
on persuasion checks that involve you talking.
Hey, let's go.
But I'm being so truthful. I don't want to fight anybody.
I know. Again, think of this from their perspective. They are just hired. They are just dogs for a fucking crime lord that has actively said,
Yeah.
"Hey, these guys are pretty high profile. We need to we need to do something about them." So they kind of look at you, and they're like, "All right, fine, get on our side, ladies upstairs."
Oh, I don't know if you guys take gifts.
What?
I said I don't know if you guys take gifts.
I mean, sure.
Here. This is from my home city, Astoria. And I'm going to produce one of my dad's wine bottles. Obviously don't drink it now. Like, wait till you guys have like a nice dinner or something. It's super yummy. One of my faves. And it's like completely sealed, so like they can see it's still completely sealed, not tampered with.
The human looks over at you and does like a gesture and says, yes, you can leave that over here."
Alright. Well, thanks again. And then I'll set it wherever he just gestured to, because I'm not quite sure what on the screen is a table. And
Just,
I will.
he basically extends his hand. It doesn't like signal
Okay.
to a table or anything. Like I said, this whole room
No.
is kind of filled with like weird, like tangled up like pipework that you're not particularly sure what any of it does. Uh,
I will hand it to him.
you kind of hand over the wine bottle, looks at it, smells it, like from from the top of it, and just kind of shrugs. Clearly, was just attempting to be fancy, but doesn't quite know about the wines. So he kind of just
Well, I'm in fancy clothes, so he gets fancy alcohol.
so puts it over to the side, and the Minotaurs look at each other, and one of them says, "Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough for all of us, is it?" They
Oh,
kind of shrug.
I produced 2 more, and then I'm down to 1 last bottle.
The human who's next to you, as you're kind of like pulling out the other bottles, says, "Oh yeah, no, I'll take those as well. Over here."
Please do share with the Minotaurs, though.
Kind of looks over at them, like the fucking
I hold the last 2 bottles hostage until I get his agreement.
10-foot tall Minotaurs with all armed with great axes. They look over at him. Then he looks back at you and says, "Yeah, sure, why not?"
Alright, you guys make sure he shares with you, okay? And then I'll hand over the last 2 more bottles. So now I'm down to 1. Man, guys, I'm really gonna tell Dad that I need a bigger supply.
Maybe we should head back to
He's gonna be like,
before we...
he'll be like, just like my daughter, following in my her dad's footsteps, drinking.
He probably thinks I'm an alcoholic, but really I just give them all away.
So
Like, just like my daughter.
you all begin to move one by one across the room, and as you pass by, one of the Minotaurs does say, "Oh, careful there, little one. I almost stepped on you."
Oh,
Get
damn.
wrecked. Damn!
Are you?
Damn. Are you gonna take that? Are you gonna take that, bro?
I politely put my hand on Juno's back and pat it as a kind. Don't let them get to you, bro. They don't know.
Get him, bro. Get him.
I'll just side eye him and then start. Continue.
So you
Get 'em.
guys walk up, and by the time you get to the upper floor, well, around the halfway there, if you guys go into the upper floor, you begin to sense this kind of like acidic a tinge in the air that more or less kind of messes with you. There is no like real, at first, no real source or indications to where this is coming from. but rather is more of a like how do I explain this? It's kind of just in the air. You breathe in, you like taste the air a little bit. There's this coppery, almost like a like taste to it. Soon enough, when you walk up, because like I said, Greco's did went ahead of you guys. When you walk up, Greco's it's in the middle of a conversation with a group of Minotaurs. Well, I say group. There's really only two Minotaurs that are currently, seem to be standing on the opposite side of the room. They both kind of. He seems to be just kind of be giving them like a quick rundown of the situation as you guys come up the staircase, and he says, "Oh yes, that's them. So remember what I said, and we'll be on our way. No need to repeat the same song and dance, my friends. They know what's happening."
Hmm.
Well, then I guess if we don't need to, might as well continue.
Okay. As I walk past this group, I offered them my last bottle of my dad's wine.
Did we
Um,
not save one for the lady?
I have another bottle. Don't worry.
Wonderful.
I have lots of wine.
What is everyone's passive perception?
Mine is like 17.
You
Ciao.
I got 17. Passive.
13.
all right? Well, okay. Then in that
Well.
case, let me double check something here. All right.
Wait till we get another feat. It's got to be 23.
You will notice that up until a moment ago, before they start like engaging conversation with Grecos, these two Minotaurs seem to have been standing by what looks like some form of lever. That has a very
Some form of what?
a lever. That has
Lever.
some
Okay.
very noticeable sort of like pipe work going from where it originates to a segment where it kind of splits off and seems to sink into this weird vent like segments of the room. Sure enough, those of you with a passive perception of 13 and above, the moment you begin passing by those little vents, like while you're on your way to the opposite side of the room, the aesthetic, like taste, I guess, in the air becomes the strongest. There seems to be a recurrent pattern in the Colossus. Every room seems to be referencing a different part of the body. If the piping underneath you were the guts, then this room, the acidic tinge would stand to reason that refers to the stomach.
Mm.
Meaning,
All right. Well, as we pass by, I do hand these two a bottle of wine and be like, it's only fair. I give the ones below wine as well. If you two will share this, you can have it later on when you have dinner. Thank you.
they look in confusion. You can tell they've never really been handed something like this before. But they kind of take it in stride. Let's see if anything else happens. The last, second to last room before you properly ascend to the top of the statue. It's nothing really too. Well, it's bigger than the rest of them. It seemingly takes you to what? Oh shit! They put flung Porunga out.
Oh no, Puruga fell off.
Uh,
It was nice knowing you.
They booted him out the window.
it seemingly,
Son of a bitch.
seemingly takes you to this very slightly hot room, where there appears to be a couple of, I guess, thuggish looking figures, kind of standing around what appears to be a gigantic sort of like blast furnace.
Oh, I wonder if we're finally in the heart.
There is the furnace is currently still running. They seem to be alternating between like putting like coal in it and to keep it running. it seems that is what is more or less generating the somewhat controlled temperature that you guys have experiencing in the previous rooms. The thugs do kind of look back. At first, you can when they see you, they seem to have been like reaching for their weapons, but then you see Greco's kind of do this gesture of like no, don't do that, stop, and they kind of like stop reaching for their weapons. All right, let me guess. You want to go see the lady? Says one of the thugs.
Uh, yes, please,
Yep.
if that is all right.
All right. I suppose that's good enough. Not sure why Grecos is following you along or bringing you along, but
Oh, I think he's just kind of our guide at this moment. He's been very courteous.
right. Well, in that case, I suppose let me just let her know. And one of the thugs goes up this set of stairs. That, unlike the previous one, is not like a spiral staircase. This one just goes like diagonally up. Uh, kind of seems to go, disappears for a couple of seconds. You hear some muffled exchange from all the way down here, but it's kind of hard to make out the details. He's gone for a good couple of minutes, during which there's this awkward silence where the thugs are just kind of like looking at you guys. And one of them specifically looks at you, Metius, and says, "You particularly look like you hang out with rough crowds."
Looks can be deceiving.
I bet. He kind of looks over at you, notices you the spell book that you carry on the side, and says, "What do you bring that for? You're thinking of getting some study in while you're at here?"
Oh, he
Wait till-
loves books. Do you have any books?
I'm just gonna do my best like Drakgar impression. Just look at him.
Everywhere we go, he tries to learn something new. If you have any books that you don't want, maybe he could have them.
Oh, I bet there's a couple.
Actually, that's an excellent point.
I bet there's a couple of things that you're gonna be learning from the lady.
Wonderful.
They look back at Derek and Porunga, and a different thug says,
Where's Lorius, guys?
uh,
Where do
"Hey, you keep forgetting. You keep fucking telling me and keep forgetting." Lorius,
we lost him in the crowd?
I will let me. I will say, this is not me like excusing my forgetfulness. There's a lot of things I have to keep track as a DM, so apologies if something slips in here and there. I promise I'm a professional.
It's okay. we left him in the chase. He got lost.
He got lost
Yeah.
in the chase. He couldn't catch up. He was too crazy. Fucking.
You not one of those rules.
I mean, hey, you guys went basically halfway across the fucking city chasing after Grecos. Fucking. All right, so you guys, after like a couple of minutes pass, and oh shit, I forgot. Yeah, one of the thugs was about to talk to Derek and Porunga. They look over at Derek and Porunga, and one of them looks at Porunga and says, "Nice hat. Did your mom? Did your mom?"
Did he just make a your mom joke?
Are you talking about my Monopoly hat or his witch hat?
Talking about Porunga's like little wizard hat that he has on.
Shit, you heard that? Goddamn! And do pro. What are you gonna say, Porunga? What are you gonna say? Dramatic music is too as well.
That's cute, buddy.
Oh.
The other two thugs look back at him and they're like, "Hey man, got you there." And and then the last thug looks over at you, Derek, and says, "That's I Are you sure you can swing that sword you have there? Kind of looking at your long sword on the side.
And
I
that was that
immediately
Derek.
start laughing.
I immediately start laughing too.
Why, yes. Got it from an old friend.
I'll shake my head. No, he can't. He cannot.
Shut up. Oh, shut up. I can pick it up easily and I can look at it and move it around. From an old friend.
Yeah, I'm sure you can, buddy.
I'm gonna do tricks. I'm gonna do that blade trick that's just like on my fingers. Like,
Because Audrey is like trying to catch her breath.
This point,
She hasn't had a good laugh in a while.
At this point, the thug that went up the stairs comes back down and says, "All right, lady, we'll see all of you. But I'm telling you right now, we noticed something strange happening up there. Well, you better not get on her bad side."
Uh-oh.
Oh, we really hope we don't. It's the last thing that we want.
He kind of steps away from the stairs so that you guys can go up ahead.
I'll start heading up the stairs and I'll be looking down.
You go up the
Can I trip Derek as he's walking up the stairs? Can I try and trip him?
You go. I mean,
the Joe Biden trip.
I'm not gonna.
The Joe Biden trip.
I mean, not gonna allow that just yet because, well, I mean, it's not even that big of a fall. It's just like 10 feet, like up the stairs.
I want to trip him and see if Porunga passes the trust fall.
No, it's a Joe Biden. Fall.
I'll step out of the way.
Oh, Joe Biden keeps falling. Oh no.
He's tripping up the stairs. Oh,
3 damage.
Oh,
I took 3 damage.
Where the fuck you move your token? Okay, there we go. So, before I move you to the next segment, you come up
Snips.
to
No.
what appears to be a mostly spherical shaped room. Clearly appears to be the head, the highest point of the Colossus. There's these 2 circular glass windows that allow some degree of light to come through, but it's still kind of dim up here. These circular glass windows appear to be, well, the eyes of the statue. Though they're a couple of feet up for some of you. Those of you who are, probably in the taller, echelons, I guess, of your body type, would notice that these are indeed kind of like have a full view of the ocean ahead. There is from what you can tell, there's a lot of kind of like a cloth or drapes perhaps that are set around the entirety of this room, barring the segments where the windows are at. Off to one side of the room, there appears to be a set of 3 statues that look like, well, people. Very lifelike in their design, which leads you to believe this may have been alive at some point, huh? You notice that not too far away from the statues, there's actually what appears to be a coffer of sorts. Well, chest might actually be the more accurate description of it. But the thing that stands out to you the most in the room is that lounging on what appears to be a hammock that is tied to 2 upper segments of the ceiling of the of the room, lies a hooded figure, seemingly female in shape, that looks over at you very lazily as she, well, is like I said, lounging on the hammock. As I move you to this segment. You see this lady, though their features are hidden in shadows. There is this kind of hissing sound that accompanies their head movements. As you
I was
notice,
definitely in the front.
you notice a couple of snakes kind of peek from under the hood. Uh, the skin that is exposed from her hand and and arms then displays this kind of like scaly texture. Well, like very much like that of a snake. Uh, though you can't see her eyes at the moment. The rest of her skin appears to be almost like, well, appears to be this, I guess, darker skin tone. That contrasts in a strange way against her otherwise completely white attire. She looks over at you guys as she hops off the hammock and says, "Well, I suppose we finally meet."
I will give a polite little curtsy. The pleasure is ours.
I'll follow Xander's lead and bow.
Thank you for having the time to speak with us today.
Well, time is one of the things that I have the most of. Besides, of course, like my title indicates, coin. Now, somebody has some noise in the background, by the way. Drakgar, I think that's you.
No, my bad. That's probably my 3D printer. I'll turn the volume down.
Lady of Coins looks at all of you guys, and by the way, you guys
Is that better?
can spread out in the room if you wish. I only moved you all like that because, well, I needed to move you all at the same time. The Lady of Coins looks at you guys and says, "Well, I suppose there is very little in the way of introductions to be done. You all know who I am, and I
Um,
certainly
we
know
know
you.
you by the Lady of Coin, correct?
And that will be the name that will have to suffice. By the way, one thing that I forgot to describe in the room, that currently Exandri and Metius are standing next to. There appears to be a strange sort of like indentation on the ground, like disc shaped of sorts, where there is a almost like a slot on the middle of that disc shape that almost looks like something should fit there, but currently there is nothing. Uh, the Lady of Coins continues talking and says, "Yes, I am the Lady of Coins, and all of you are the heroes of the Heartlands, or so they call you."
Yes, that's one of our many three names.
I know you sometimes introduce yourselves as the Dawnbringers.
Yep, that would be another one.
I
And
guess.
in some rare instances, some refer to you as the new Dragonlords.
That would be
Nope.
false.
Oh my god! She said it, guys!
I
Correct.
Spartan kick Pumo down the stairs.
Too late, I'm already far away from the stairs. With what strength, like I said.
We are
My
definitely not the Dragon Lords. We're not trying to be a reincarnated version of them. We
We
are
don't
our
wish to
own
carry their
identity.
legacy.
Look, guys, we're not all bad guys. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That stands to differ.
well, I am of course not unaware of the stories surrounding the Dragonlords of old. They were less than kind individuals, some of them.
Yes, I was stupid. Bad.
So you are now here, and from the looks of it, you have done all of this for a purpose.
Um, Yes. So, we are fated to help stop some great calamity that has yet to happen. And in doing so along our journey, we're just making sure that we always get every side of the story. Why people do what they do, who do they follow, why they follow them. We're not biased or judgmental. We
Us.
are, except for this one behind me who I just can't stand. Um,
Welcome, Miss
we
Nerd Dragon.
do our best
I
to
get the unfreezer.
not kill people and to make sure the correct thing is done. We try to help those who can't help themselves. And since being here in Mitros, some things have happened and some things have popped up in conversations, and we would just rather take your word for it over somebody else's judgment of you.
You say all of that, and yet, according to some of my agents, you were spotted speaking to none other than Theron Mirdagon, the man who wouldn't want nothing more than my head on a stick.
Yeah, that's what he said to us as well. But we also noticed that he worships Sidon.
Aiden.
So, like I said, we'd rather take your perspective of yourself over someone who does not like you perspective of yourself.
Hmm.
But that is very true. We were there.
Asking to speak about myself. Well, is this an interview or something?
Oh, I mean, I mean, now that you say it that way, kinda.
And what happens if I pass this interview of yours?
Then we just leave and figure out
Boat.
if we should just move on and search for the next part of our quest, or if further conversations would be needed to help better the city.
Well, I'm all ears. Go ahead. Ask your questions.
Okay. Um, we're just all awkwardly standing. Would it be
Legs.
okay if we all sit? And I
Indian style.
brought some top tier wine from the city. We all want to share it as well.
Drink it through the horn.
You are free to sit where you stand.
Indian
Okay.
style.
I plop down.
Do you use your wings as cushions?
Yes, I do.
Now,
There you go.
as they say,
So,
time is money, so to speak. Make your questions.
as you know, we did speak with Lord, I forget his name, Nerdagon.
Nerd
Um,
dragon.
I do recall he stating that you like to take from the rich, give to the poor.
In a sense, yes.
Sorry.
Uh,
And character. Was in character.
Um, sorry, it's dusty down here. Um, would you maybe elaborate on that for us?
there isn't much to elaborate on. I take from those who I believe need to be taken from. I use it to advance in the world, so to speak.
May I ask what people do to get on the list where you take from them to give to others? Nerdagon was pretty headstrong about how these people were generally good people. They've never done anything wrong. But I, as one's self, when I hear that someone takes from the rich and gives from the poor, um, thinking of them robbing people to do good just sounded a little off.
If they were truly good people, and they would know how to handle their money better.
That's no cap true.
Are these people losing it gambling?
Everyone uses their money however they wish. Some use it to bathe themselves in masks of luxury. Others use it to get ahead of the competition, so to speak. Others use them to benefit others. Those who I take from, I do so because they are, let's say, in the wrong place at the wrong time. There are many in this world, in this city, who do not benefit at all from getting their pockets filled, but rather those riches would be better placed elsewhere.
I see. And so is this like the only way you guys keep your business afloat? Or do you guys like own a stake in like the winery?
We do not do that whole business keeping that the people of the city do. We live a life how we can, and we make do with what we have, and we use what we think we can use.
Um, can I insight check her to see if everything that she's so far seems relatively true?
Sure.
Why can I not? There you go. Mother trucker.
Are there any personal
That's
effects?
Hey,
the
let's
point.
go.
Are there any? What'd you say?
Are there any like personal effects in this room? Like, is it a
Um,
very barren room, or is it full of
is
luxury?
mostly barren. I did say there's a. Oh, I forgot to put it down on the map. I did say there was a chest towards the back side of the room.
Right.
Next to a hammock. You do see her that she herself, even though she's mostly covered with the kind of like white cloak. Uh, do you notice that she herself has like a very fancy looking sort of like breastplate underneath the cloak? From that time when she moves, there's peaks where you can kind of see some form of weapon attached to her hip and back. That again is kind of like encrusted with some very fancy looking like indents and carvings. Uh, you can't exactly tell what the weapon in her back is, but you would be able to tell a weapon on her side appears to be some form of short sword.
Mhm.
Uh, but otherwise the room is pretty plain. Again, barring the little sort of like weird drapes that are all around the room. 27. She's being very vague, purposely vague on some of her words. So you're not quite sure what to take away from here, but for the most part, she seems to be just kind of saying things as they are, right?
Yeah.
She, you know, doesn't. While I won't say she doesn't seem to have she has anything to hide. It's very clear that she's answering your questions in her own way, I guess. You do believe that she believes what she's saying.
And all right, I just wanted to I just wanted to get a sense of if she was blatantly like trying to hide something.
Well, I mean, you
But
know that, yeah, you feel like there's might be something more to it, but you. Oh, actually, no. I'll say you know there's something more to it, but that she's not like telling you. But beyond that, it does seem that she believes what she's saying.
I get this feeling that although you are being truthful, you're still not fully opening up to us, which is okay. You don't really know us like that, so I understand. May I ask your side of the story as to why you and Nerdagon don't necessarily get along and your thoughts of it?
Because Terranurdagon is a foolish man who thinks that he can change the world just by getting richer than everybody else, by owning half of the market in Mitros, by extending his influence in such a simple way. Not to mention that it's always makes me good it makes me feel good to know that every time we make another hit, he gets angrier and angrier and loses more and more influence. You see, Terran Erdogan believes himself to have gotten where he's at through sheer effort and cunning maneuvers in the business world. But everybody knows better. Everybody knows that he's merely riding on the coattails of his family name, and that's how he got where he's at now.
Is there something that he could do or change that would make you have less of an upset thought process of him?
Leave the city for once. But a close second would be for him to just, well, start from scratch. You see, there's many out here who had to build up from nothing to get to where they are. Terran Nerdigon is not one of them. I want to see him actually work hard to get back to a place where he can be a respectable human being.
And um, a question about the market, as there's something that we are not quite fond of that he has stakes in, and it also seems that your thoughts align maybe along the same as ours, but the Minotaur market.
Was there a question somewhere there?
Yes, I'm just trying to think of how to phrase it. Um,
I'll tell you
as you can
this.
see, we have a Minotaur friend, but he's completely free to choose of his own desire if he wants to travel with us or leave or go on an adventure of his own. We're not for the slavery part of the Minotaur market.
She kind of does like a shrug as if saying, and?
We noticed that you have a few Minotaurs below. Um, Nerdagon made it sound like you stole them, correct?
Fair and square.
And now they work here for you. Would you say that they're free, or
And
would you say that they're
believe it or not, Minotaurs tend to have a sense of loyalty, honor, and debt repaying that is unlike many of those in Thylea. They are strong allies to have. You just need to treat them right.
So you didn't You didn't free them out of the kindness of your heart. You just needed muscle.
If that's how you want to see it.
Well, it's not. I wish to see it the way that you intended, because, like my companion Exandria said, we hate the Minotaur market and we want it to be shut down.
And
We're under
having
the
it shut
impression that
down
you do
hurts
too.
Vertigo.
Yeah, it does, certainly.
Well,
But I just don't want to misunderstand your intentions. If you simply freed them for your own personal gain, then maybe we've misunderstood. But I want to believe that you freed them because you understand their pain and their suffering and you wished to alleviate it.
do not get me wrong. I understand their pain and suffering. I understand it very much. And she kinda rolls up one of the sleeves of her cloak, and you see this nasty gash that goes all the way from her shoulder down to just a little bit after her forearm. Uh, she kind of unrolls the sleeve back and says, "I come from a place where it is quite common for the weak to be oppressed by the strong. From my perspective, the Minotaur should have never gotten themselves captured like that. I am merely helping them achieve that strength that should have been theirs to begin with."
So you're
So,
about empowerment.
I am about, well, how should I put this in a way that makes sense for all of you? I am about power. Not necessarily empowerment, but power given to those who have earned it.
I think I understand.
so hypothetically speaking, if we found a way to abolish the slavery in the Minotaur market, but in return somehow convinced Nerdagon to use his wealth and power to correct the market so it doesn't crash by some other means, would you like him less or?
Nerdigon is never going to stop supporting the Minotaur market unless something really, really big happens about it.
Oh, I got some things in mind that we could try to do.
Now, you are talking about a lot of hypothetical scenarios, but you have not given me any certainties, any guarantees. You keep talking about what ifs on, or, well, possibilities rather than guarantees.
Um, out of game. We know who owns the Minotaur market, right? We got that last bit of information before Nerdagon went to his meeting.
Yeah, you got the name of
Maximilian.
Maximilian.
Oh yeah, it was Maximilian. Okay. Do you know much about Maximilian, the one who runs the slavery specifically?
You mean Maximilian the Merciless? Yes, I know who he is. And trust me,
Um,
him weighted against Siren is like weighing a Minotaur against a newly born human baby. He is far more of a, well, of a stronger man than Siren is. In a sense, I respect him. Truly, I do. Once he used to be a great gladiator that moved up the ranks and earned a place where he's at. I respect that.
Oh,
But
do you think he'll be entering in the Colosseum that's coming up?
oh no, he's no longer a gladiator. He retired, but yet he still has his skills.
Okay.
And well, even though I said I do respect him, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop screwing him over and Nerdagon by proxy by continuing my hits on the Minotaur market.
I'm just trying to make the place a little less hostile. That's all.
Yes.
Well, you certainly are taking your sweet time doing it.
You got a lot on our plate.
I'm
We do.
certain you do. Well, in fact, I know you do. I did say
Well,
I did say that I already know who you are, and well, that includes what you're trying to do.
true. We do want to abolish the slavery. That is one of our priorities before I think we finally set out from Mitros as I look to the group questionably.
Mm-hmm.
Nod.
Agree.
We
Mm.
still need to meet a few pieces of the puzzle and get their insight so we can properly formulate a plan.
Yes, exactly. And that is one of the biggest reasons why we're here. Do you believe that this Maximilian is a much larger part than the Nerdagons?
I think Maximilian is a piece of the puzzle, or rather, a cog in the machine, so to speak. The Minotaur market won't just end if, say, Maximilian or Theron are dealt with. The market is there, so long as the way of, shall we say, the way of things are in Mitros. If you really want to be technical about it, then one of the core root cause of all of this is none other the King Acastus himself. And it'll be a cold,
Audrey rolls her eyes really big
and it'll be a
and then sighs.
it'll be a cold day in Tartarus before he gives up any bit of power.
Got it. So the king is part of this. God damn it.
Oh, if you,
How did he
Uh,
become king again? I look at Metius.
You
yeah,
seriously
Mateus, tell us.
have you
Tell us,
seriously
Mateus. How,
have you seriously never considered the fact that he is the one that has to pass the laws in Mitros? So therefore, if if slavery exists because he allows it,
Well, yes, that's exactly what I thought from the very, very beginning when we first got here, which is why we've silently, but not against any laws, have investigated the city and slowly have worked our way into the favor of the people. We have
very slowly.
rescued people. Yes, it is very slow. We've only been here 5 days.
Right.
We're still getting the lay of the land. But the more that we could get the city in our favor, the more sway we might have over the king. Because how would it look to the king if he rejects us or the people are for us? Then the people will riot against him, which would just become sloppy. A smart king would keep face and agree.
You said that a smart king.
True, true. He could be dumb. Actually, I think he's dumb. You're very right. We'll cross that bridge tomorrow.
Much as I enjoy talking all sorts of garbage about a Castus, I have bigger fish to fry, in a sense.
All right. So we do have one last thing to speak to you about.
I have a question too, because we're not done here yet. Go first, though.
There was a girl who tried to escape the city. Her name was Lydia. We see that you turned her to stone. At that time, we really hadn't known anything about you.
Do you know how little that narrows it down?
I'm getting to the point where it might let you know who she is. We ended up taking her to the barracks. She's now in jail. But before the guards locked her up, we got to question her. Upon questioning her, she told us a very interesting story.
Did she now?
A story about how she had to make a payment for you in the forms of hiking up a mountain and convincing a Goliath woman to transcend down the mountain with her.
Ah, now that rings a bell. Yes, I remember. And what of it?
The Goliath that you took or escorted, I don't really know if you took her. The Goliath in question that transcended down the mountains to meet with you guys. I put my hand on Drax's shoulder and just pat it politely. We were wondering if you still had this Goliath around?
Oh no, she's long gone. You see,
Long gone in what sense?
well, now that you mention it, that does lead to something I was going to tell you once you were done with your little questioning. But I guess we can fast forward to that. You see, like I said, I am about power. It being given to those who earn it, and it being used by those who wield it. Some time ago, I came across someone of great power. At this point, she begins to kind of pace from one side to the other. A certain individual that had a particular grudge against someone. And believe me when I said this individual had enough power to warrant that grudge.
Oh no.
This individual asked me and my people for something. Well, I say ask, more so strong-armed into doing it. But when I saw her, when I saw the power that she wielded, I knew that I had to follow her advice, her instructions, her orders. It started like that, and then it became a business arrangement. Ever so often, we would need to deliver a group of statues to her for her own little entertainment. And then I realized that it was a good deal. In return, she would give us part of her hoard. Magical items, knowledge, and most importantly, coin. This individual is named Hexia. And she asked me for your mother. And I must say, for Goliaths who have the reputation of being tough warriors, it was a very easy mark.
So, Hexia has this woman?
Currently, yes.
Just
Did you turn this Goliath to stone before giving her to Hexia?
That makes it easier to transport people, so yes.
as you do know, she just said his Drakgar's mother, right? Came out of her mouth. You know that, right?
Bro, we know.
fuming right now.
So that Goliath that you took. So wait, so she actually just said Drax's mother's name?
She didn't say the name.
No, she
She didn't say the name, but she
said
said,
your.
yeah, said your mother. She wasn't looking at anyone in particular, but you probably know who she means.
The one Goliath.
By the chance, could you tell us where we could find Hexia? Or where she would be keeping what we believe is Drax's mother?
Oh, I definitely know where to find Hexia. She kind of walks back to like right where the next to hammock. She kind of begins to trace her hand up the rope that holds up like one of the sides of the hammock. Her hand ends in kind of begins to hold on to this little piece of what looks like a loose part of the rope that is kind of like separate from the rest of it. She's giving you her back at this point. But she is still continuing her sentence, and she says, "I definitely know where to find Hexia. In fact, before our last meeting, well, during our last meeting, I should say, she gave us a message to me and my people, a message to be delivered to that who, well, she wishes would come visit her one of these days. Hexia wishes you to know." She kinda looks over her shoulder, you believe looking towards Drakgar. "That your mother is waiting for you. And,
Well, tell her I'm coming.
oh, she knows you're coming. And in fact, she asked us to bring you to her." She kind of pulls on
I
that.
briefly turn around Xandri and I
She
move her
kind of
back.
hold on, because she kind of pulls on that piece of loose rope that she was holding on to, and as she does, all of the sort of like blinds that were, like the piece of cloth that were covered, going all around the walls of the inside of this room, kind of all fall, revealing mirror after mirror after mirror after mirror after mirror after mirror, all lining the entirety of the walls. Soon enough, you notice there is no way you can avoid not looking at her reflection of her face. And she says, "And I just found a new set of statues that will be delivered to her." And as I ask everybody to roll me initiative, that is where we'll end the session for today.
Oh my
We should have
god.
killed her. We should have killed her on the spot. I'm sorry, guys.
We're not evil, Pumo. Jesus
Lots of
Christ.
Are you kidding me? We're not evil. She's literally gonna turn us into stone. You're
I'm
telling
not
we should not be
Yeah,
evil.
we needed information. We got information.
All right, then now we can cut her head off. Got
I
it.
wonder if Fireball can blow up
You
mirrors.
literally only want to kill her for the bounty. That's so corrupted.
No, because guess what? I don't know what the
No.
heck Derek's. No, listen, okay? Derek is having a crisis right now. He doesn't know who to believe because guess what? Literally, the descendants. Hold up. Immortal, shut up. I said Derek doesn't know who to trust anymore. Okay, the descendants of his own friends have teamed up with Siren's side. Okay, Derek grew up knowing that Siren was the bad guy, and guess what? He killed the Siren's soldiers and Siren's people. Now that he's coming back and seeing his own friends' descendants side with Siren, Derek is literally having a crisis right now.
Hey,
Derek doesn't know who to believe at this point.
the world is not black and white.
No,
As
Derek is
Metius and I keep trying to preach.
Derek is now finding that out. Okay, guys.
How
So
do you-
sometimes
how do you roll a
maybe
lever?
listen to
48
Derek sometimes.
episodes later.
The lady,
Now, guess what, Derek?
like I was gonna say, Lady of Coins may be akin to a Robin Hood in this time, but uh,
Hold up, is so the stairs are not good. I could just fall backwards. Woo!
I mean, it is, like I said, it's a bit of, it's not that.
Hey, we got good information. I'm not even mad.
I mean, yeah, except for the core part of where is Hexia. Uh,
And we got. It doesn't matter. We get her head off. That's it. That's all I
Who
want
is
now.
Hexia? Where is Hexia? That just reminded me of fucking Guardians of the Galaxy.
Why is
Still-
that clear?
And Iron Man and Spider-Man all out in space together.
there's still some info you could probably get out of her, but hey, you're gonna have to survive.
Before I cut her.
You're gonna have to survive.
Right before I cut her head off.
You're gonna have to survive this. But yeah, oh shit, we're way over time this time around.
I mean, we could still get the location of Hexia. Yeah, no, we just kept going. Like in my head, it's like we haven't stopped.
I mean, we went way over time because I wanted to end it with this, with this segment, but the questions kept coming. So, for those of you who are watching this on YouTube, please continue to watch. Next week hopefully next week, we'll continue with the encounter against the Lady of Coins. Let's see if the party can prevent themselves from getting petrified again.
No, actually, that was just me last time. I
I
think.
mean, well, I'll tell you what.
Is this when we can finally write
Tell-
Derek off if he gets
tell-
turned to stone again?
I'll tell you something right now. It is way harder to resist a Medusa's petrifying gaze than it is to resist a Basilisk. And even more so due to the fact that no matter where you look in a room, you're looking at her. So
Close your eyes.
I mean,
Joke's on you.
if you want to get permanent disadvantage on her, then sure, by all means.
I'll do.
Yes. But yeah, that'll be that.
Question.
Oh yeah, go on.
Quick question: Does Metius, does your bat have an attack?
Oh, absolutely not.
God dang it! The one time it could be
not
useful.
not only
God dang
does it not have an attack, but I don't think I have a single touch spell, which is the only thing that it can cast.
Dang it!
Familiars can deliver spells with the range of touch if they are on summon.
Don't forget, you got that javelin of lightning.
That's why a lot of people get familiars when they're playing like healers, because then they can just deliver a cure wounds through the familiar without them having to get close to the target.
I'm hoping I can just fireball these mirrors.
Well.
Yeah, just do it. I don't care. We all take damage. It's fine. Don't worry.
Fireball has too big of a range of a radius.
Bad.
Bad.
We're gonna deal with it.
But yeah. So that's gonna be that for this session.
You might be better off walking down the stairs and throwing that fireball.
I mean, hey, yeah, walk back to like the 4 other thugs that are just like, waiting for you to go back. But yeah, I need to end the recording. So once again, for those on YouTube, continue watching. We will see you in the next session.